Hey guys, welcome back to another ProRevenge compilation. Make sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons down below, and let's get into it. With apologies to anyone who sews. I was raised by my abusive grandparents. My grandfather isn't worth mentioning, and my grandmother died when I was 15. She had an aneurysm while on the toilet, dying with the same grace she had while alive. I'm in my mid-30s now, and I don't often think of her, but I do keep one small petty habit. Grandmother was a seamstress, and her most prized possession was a pair of super sharp, fancy, expensive dressmaking shears. I once used them to cut paper, and she made me sleep on the porch for a week. For those who have said this seems like a random punishment, she was abusive. If I was going to be an animal, then I should be treated like one and sleep outside. It wasn't about the scissors, it was about me existing in her line of sight when she wanted to lash out. When she died, one of the few things I asked for were those scissors. I have used them to cut everything but fabric for the last 2 decades. I ruin them in the kitchen, for crafts, for projects around the house. The other day I used them as a hammer when I was too lazy to grab the toolbox. It's stupid and petty, but nothing beats the tiny spark of malicious glee that I feel every time I use those freaking scissors to cut duct tape and then pry open a paint can. Here's to you, Nana. I hope you went to heaven because I know there's nothing you hated more than the happiness of others. Edited to add, thank you to all the commenters. It's been 20 years since she died. I've had a lot of therapy, became part of a loving family, and I have a wonderful, interesting life. The best revenge I could have. This is a little bit of a touchy subject, but I do want to get some feedback on this and see what you guys think. As far as, do you think that OP should just let it go and let the scissors go? Or is it okay to kind of manifest some level of satisfaction out of just ruining these scissors, which were a focal memory from their childhood that isn't a good one? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Dr. Parkwood 1, Cat Food Sandwiches. Back in 1987, I worked at a manufacturer of pressure vessels in Dayton, Ohio, with a pretty rough crowd of welders. In fact, most all of them were motorcycle club members. I worked in the office and would bring my lunch every day. I would put it in the office fridge. After a few months, my sandwiches started disappearing, leaving me a few carrots. After 5 days of theft, I decided that 1, I would keep my lunch at my desk, and 2, I would put a decoy sandwich in the fridge made of Wonder Bread and canned cat food. After 2 solid weeks of the decoy sandwich being taken, I made a final cat food sandwich and in the sandwich put a note explaining the ingredients. The food theft ended after that. Could you imagine the sheer horror on that thief's face when they realized for the past half a month they've been eating canned cat food sandwiches? Serves them right. This next story is by Artsy Chicken Nug. After 23 years of mistreatment, mom uses grandmother's sari petticoats as guinea pig bedding. I literally found out about this yesterday and I'm still laughing at my mom's pettiness. My parents have just finished up an incredibly messy divorce, due to my dad having several mental illnesses that he refuses to get treated for, stealing marital money, being emotionally and financially abusive, cheating, and a plethora of other crap. For as bad as he is, his parents, specifically his mother, are worse. The garbage my paternal grandmother has put my mom through could be its own post, or its own novel to be honest, but let me try to provide some context. We are Indian, but my parents immigrated to America after marriage and had my sister and I in the USA. My grandma kicked my mom out of the apartment after mom gave birth to me, threw her passport in her face, and told her to get the freak out and go back to India since she thinks she's so smart and independent. Grandma denies it ever happening now. Last year when my grandparents visited, they stole a lot of valuable stuff from the house to make sure it wouldn't go to my mom in the divorce. They also got their green card so they could officially move here and left behind suitcases full of their clothes. My father and his parents have lived to make my mom miserable for 23 years and she has finally gotten free. Once the house sells, we can officially go no contact with that whole side of the family. However, we can't do that until the house sells. Now here comes the petty revenge. My mom was cleaning the house for another house showing when she found my grandparents' suitcases full of clothes. She took all of my grandmother's petticoats, used when wearing a sari, and tore them up, and we now use them as bedding for my 2 guinea pigs. Anyone who has had guinea pigs know that while they are adorable, they are stinky and love to poop and pee wherever they feel like it. I know it's a tiny revenge, but it makes me so happy to know that my piggies are frolicking amongst that witch's torn petticoats, and when she finally comes back here, she won't have anything to wear. Guinea pigs are adorable, and they deserve to have bedding made of torn up sari from an evil, spiteful grandparent. Our next story is by the Bridge XX. Throw a cup of ice at my head after almost hitting me? Okay, I'll tell your mom when I randomly to run into a week later. So I, 22-year-old female, was driving home from Kroger a couple weeks ago and was turning right on a very busy road. The light was green for me and even had the green left signal, so I know nobody was in the right to have almost hit me. I get midway through my turn and this red Honda almost slams right into my driver door. He ran the red light and I instantly slammed my brakes. My car is old and beat up as heck, so it barely stopped and literally was smoking from the tires because of how abruptly I had to stop. Normally I honk my horn at a-hole drivers, but I was too shocked to even do anything. I had lost a friend to a nasty wreck years ago and I immediately froze up thinking about what had happened. Well, this lady in a red minivan was not too shocked to do nothing and immediately began laying on her horn and screaming at the guy in the Honda, who got out of his car. We were all at a red light now and I was still far behind him because I was honestly scared of his driving, and started pointing his hand in the form of a gun shape at this lady, screaming, "I'll freaking kill you, witch, swear to God," and "get out of the freaking car," etc. I was completely horrified at this point. While he was distracted, I did snap a pic of the license plate. He got back in the car and began driving right next to the lady, screaming the whole time. She cut over 2 lanes and tried to turn right on another street, and I turned right behind her. I saw she had 2 small children in the back seat and wanted to follow her to let her know I had his plate number. I didn't even realize this guy was following both of us. The lady and I both came to a wide 2-lane stop sign and she got ready to turn right, and I began telling her, "Hey, I have his plates." And out of freaking nowhere, this guy flies between us in the middle of the lane lines and chucked a full cup of ice at me. He then took off and the lady flew after him. At that point, I was too scared to follow and turned right instead. I pulled over and called the local police to let them know that there was a guy recklessly driving and threatening a woman and her children, and that he had thrown ice at my head in traffic. They took all the info, including the plates, and let me know they'd be in contact. 1 week later, I was at Burger King getting food in the same side of town, and I see the red Honda. I looked at the photo I had and knew it was the same one. My car is very identifiable because of the stickers, so I got ready to just leave before he saw. And to my surprise, a middle-aged blonde woman got out of the car. I asked her if this was her car. It was. She said her name was on the title and asked why. I said, "Do you have a son?" Because a young man with dark hair and a beard threw ice at me while chasing a woman and her children through traffic. She said she didn't have a son and started to walk away. She instantly came back and asked if a younger girl with pink hair was with him, and I said yes. I remember them both screaming at the minivan lady. She came over to the car and asked if I had a license plate number, and I showed her. I also told her I had made a report because I was worried for the lady he was fighting with in the minivan. Turns out, this is her daughter and her lazy butt boyfriend. She tells me that she only lets them drive the car in Harrison, the town she works, while she is working so they can do DoorDash and pay for groceries at their house. They are both grown and live rent-free. I told her where it happened, which was in a whole other town, and she began fuming, going on about how she's told her daughter not to let this guy drive that car. She's told them not to smoke cigs in the car before. She's found cig butts and blunts in her car, and the boyfriend has actually wrecked before and hit somebody, resulting in the mom having to deal with it because the car is in her name. She tells me that it was for her. I asked what she meant, and she held up a finger to tell me to hold on and dialed a phone number. This lady started screaming her head off to her daughter, telling her it's time to pack her crap up and the boyfriends and get the freak out of her house. She told them they had till 10 p.m. to be gone or she'd be coming back with the same police I made a report to, and that she knows they threw a McDonald's cup of ice at somebody and almost hurt another woman and her children. I was in complete shock. I apologized for having told the police since it's her car, and she said she didn't care and was glad I did, that she'd deal with it later. Moral of the story? Don't drive your girlfriend's mom's car without her permission, almost wreck, assault someone in traffic, and continue to recklessly drive. There's so many basic human decency violations here that I don't even have to go through and talk about them. Both the kids just need to do better in general, really. This next story is by Throw R.A. Barber, tricked my mom into finally admitting that my cooking was good. I've been enrolled in a cooking school for over a year, and my mom, she's never been supportive. Because I dropped out of a nursing program to get into a cooking school. She's always making snide comments about how I should have been a nurse or a lawyer, or how I'll only ever be a subservient housewife with this, and when I do make something, she always criticizes it, like she's Gordon Ramsay or something. Oh, too much salt, it's undercooked, it looks like crap, even though pretty much everyone else says the opposite. She's looking for any little thing she can critique about my cooking. She keeps telling me I can't cook and need to get into a real career. I've cooked 3-course dinners for the family and they always get positive reviews, except for her. She had a party for her work friends. I made a whole tray of my specialty take on homemade meatballs, a recipe I conceptualized myself, my signature dish. Everyone kept going back and getting more, so many that they ran out. I asked Mom what she thought. She said, they were drunk, they couldn't taste anything. So I figured if I wanted to get her to compliment my cooking, I'd have to trick her. I cooked her a meal, one of her favorites from scratch, her biggest weakness that she can never resist. Dressed it up to look professional and put it in a generic to-go box and had my boyfriend take video of me preparing it start to finish. I called her and told her that my boyfriend and I were eating at this diner that doesn't exist. Made up a fake name for it and everything. I told her they had her favorite meal and asked if she wanted us to bring her one. Of course, she said yes. I brought the dish and told her more about the fake diner. She started eating it and complimented how good it was, how she wanted to go there and get another one. After she was almost through with the meal, I asked her for her honest opinions, so we could write a review on Yelp. She went on for 10 minutes about how great it was, and then I sprung it on her that I cooked it. Her tone changed. She put the fork down and said she was lying, that it tasted like crap. My boyfriend showed her the video. She Googled the restaurant and it didn't show up. She started pointing out flaws with the meal, like how there was too much sauce and it was really spicy and burned her mouth. I asked her why she almost finished the whole thing if it was so spicy. She didn't say anything, so I just asked her if she was ready to admit it. She said no, so we left, but I spotted her eating it from the other room. I asked her again, and she laughed and finally told me yes, that I'm a good chef. So, after a year of doubting I was a good chef and holding my dreams back, she finally admitted it. Although she admitted it, I hope that there's growth from this. I hope that they realize that there is a possible career here and that they're talented at making food. I don't know what it is about being a chef, but I hear way too often parents being absolutely not supportive of somebody trying to make it in the culinary industry. It really confuses me because everybody has to eat. There's always going to be a need for chefs, and especially good chefs. I don't get what assumptions they make about it, other than the basic it's not a doctor or a lawyer that'll make tons and tons and tons of money. This next story is by Gloria J10, Getting My Neighbors Fined. In my previous apartment, I lived on the bottom floor with 2 roommates. The girls who lived above me were really noisy, playing loud music at all hours of the night. Music doesn't really affect me much, but to my roommates it was really annoying. They called the office and one of the office workers asked them to quiet down as there was a complaint. A couple days later, I heard really loud thumping and jumping from my ceiling. I can handle music, but I don't like thumping noises. I went upstairs to ask them to quiet down. Their excuse was that one of them is a stripper, so she was practicing that, and also because they're moving furniture. Whatever. I left my apartment for a couple of hours, and when I came back, the ceiling lamp had fallen from the ceiling. These apartments came with that lamp, so we would have to pay for it if it's broken. When I asked my roommates what happened, they said the girls above us were stomping so hard that it had broken off from the ceiling. They were in the room at the time, so you can imagine how scary that is for the ceiling lamp to just fall out of nowhere. My roommates called maintenance to fix the lamp as well as called the office again. By now, these girls knew that they were being too loud, too late at night. I could see it if it was the weekend, but it would be during the week. So one night, I decided to call the police because the office wasn't doing anything. I heard the officer speaking to them, and they fed them the same excuses they fed me. After he left, they decided it would be funny to get back at me by stomping extremely loud. I knew they were doing it on purpose because it was louder than it had ever been and it was more consistent. So I decided to record it to show the office proof. Turns out, there's a fine for things like that in our lease agreement. I never had a problem with their noise again. If that's the hill the upstairs neighbors are going to die on, they're going to die on it. That's their punishment, really. Their fault for making noise and then doubling down and stomping super hard to the point that they're damaging stuff. This next story is by Relics Lady. Keep running your mouth about doing training? Okay, now you get to do them all. My friend Eve works for this big company in our area, and it happens to be state and federally funded, meaning all employees must follow and abide by both state and federal rules and regulations. So Eve is on a team of 4 members, herself being one of them, and they all report to their boss, Mary. This team goes and hosts/do trainings of their own to help guide and teach others in the surrounding areas. Mary ultimately decides who goes to which trainings, when, where, but she is nice and usually lets the 4 of them talk and discuss amongst themselves who will do which trainings. All of this has been fine. However, Eve doesn't really like to host or do trainings because she is a shy person and doesn't feel 100% comfortable speaking in front of a large group of people. Mary knows this. Mary decides to start drawing names at random, so it's a bit more fair at who does which trainings. However, Rachel still complains. Here's where it starts to get interesting. Remember how I said they all need to follow the state and federal rules? Although Eve, Rachel, and the other 2 members know all the information and material needed to host and do their own trainings, only poor Eve has not been certified through the state, making her ineligible to host or do any more trainings regardless of what day they are on. Mary kind of doesn't care because, again, every member knows the information and material, and Mary has even hosted a few trainings with Eve, and has seen that Eve is 100% fine hosting trainings even though she's shy about it. Rachel is still complaining about herself having to do so many trainings, especially on Saturdays. So here is Rachel hosting a training, and the people that are attending are people she's seen before, trained before, worked with before, so she feels a bit comfortable to, well, vent out her frustrations about having to do so many trainings all the time. How she is always stuck doing ones on Saturday, which isn't 100% true, and how her boss has people who aren't certified doing the trainings as well. Well, little did Rachel know that some of the people she was training happened to also personally know her boss, and one of them was Mary's boss, Abigail. So Abigail and a few others decide to text and email Mary directly during Rachel's training to let Mary know, hey, Rachel informs us that you have uncertified personal hosting trainings? Yeah, that needs to be rectified immediately. So Eve gets a phone call from Mary. Mary, knowing Eve doesn't like to do training, says, hey, you are not in trouble, but I just wanted to let you know of a situation. Since you are not certified through the state, you are not able to host or do any more trainings. Eve, trying not to jump for joy, oh no, well, okay then. Just wondering, may I ask what happened for this to change? Mary says, oh, so you know how Rachel has been complaining about doing trainings? Well, she decides to run her mouth off at the last one she was hosting and informed my boss and countless others that I'm allowing uncertified personnel to host trainings. Eve goes, oh, okay, I see. Mary says, so because she did that, I'm just letting you know again, you are not in trouble, but you can't host or do them anymore. And also, because she did that, I'm going to be calling her next to let her know that what she did made our team one member smaller from hosting future meetings, and because she did that, she will now be hosting every training that is scheduled for a Saturday. Eve, trying not to laugh, okay, thank you for letting me know, take care. So Rachel was being entitled, being a crybaby, and they weren't able to think of the consequences of their actions. Goes back to grade school for me, think before you act, right? And our final story of the day is by Kat Southard. If you're going to steal all the clothes, I'll at least make it interesting. My stepson's biological mom is petty and honestly a terrible person. This is a fact, not an opinion. She's never purchased clothing for my stepson ever. If we send him in good clothes, he comes back in rags. She keeps the good nice clothes. Sometimes we send back the same rags and then we get the rags again, and I'm so sick of doing that to him, so I'm not. Instead, I got a cry cut, vinyl lettering for shirts anyone, and a ton of blank shirts. I make cute funny shirts that she'll never understand. She's gypsy Polish and doesn't get jokes. Some examples: single and unemployed, or I still live with my parents, or conveniently a my dad is my superhero shirt as an undershirt to a cute button-up. Joke's on her. If she needs them so bad, she's got lots of money and fake child support boobies to show for it, she can have them. But I'm deciding what you get. She's never sent one back, except the dad superhero shirt. We sent it back. The top comment said that they should make a shirt that says, I steal clothes for my son and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. I'd like to see if that one would make it back. I bet it would. Even that one probably wouldn't be able to get over their head. How we destroyed our teacher and principal. Apologies in advance if some details are blurry, as this happened almost 14 years ago. Also, this is going to be a long one, so bear with me. I swear the result is worth it, at least it is to me. The beginning. It all started when I, 25-year-old male, was 12 years old. My grade 7 teacher, 46-year-old man at the time, was infamous for being intimidating and, in my opinion, abusive to his students. He was the disciplinarian of the school. He was in charge of keeping track of detentions and announcing who will be sitting every Friday during assembly. We suspected at the time that the reason why he never got fired was either because his students were too scared to report him, or because of the fact that the principal was his brother-in-law. Reasons why I hated him: he was constantly making vaguely discriminative remarks, complaining about the new South Africa, and constantly bringing up how his life was better during the apartheid regime. He's a white guy who was raised on a farm. I have always felt like he had an issue with me as a person because I'm a practicing Muslim. He would make the class laugh at how funny Muslim women looked with their heads wrapped up. His jokes about Muslims missing out on eating bacon were endless. In fact, he one day purposely stood in front of my desk eating a cheese and bacon panini. He used to often rant about how the school is no longer a pure Christian institution as it once was back in the day. He would say these things and glance at either me, my twin sister, or the black students in the class who practiced their own African religions. When it was his birthday, my mom encouraged me to buy him a gift. I spent of my pocket money, which was already limited. My parents didn't believe in allowances, to buy him a big slab of chocolate and a long piece of drawers, dried sausage. Throughout the day, he would get gifts from students in his class and others. He would get up from his desk to greet and thank them and then shake their hand. I remember noticing this because I always found it weird when students shook hands with teachers because of how small our hands were compared to theirs. However, when I gave him my gift, all he did was look at me for like a second, look away, and nod his head slightly. I remember being thankful for not offering my hand out for him to shake because I thought he might have ignored it in front of the entire class. To say I felt like crap is an understatement. The experience that made me hate him the most happened just before we wrote second or third term exams. I was walking with my friend David, fake name, back from the tuck shop during interval. We took a shortcut between the English and Afrikaans kindergarten classes and saw a group of boys huddled together. One of them walked towards us and I saw that he had one of those camping multi-tools with the folding knife out and instantly got a fright. He told us, "Give me your stuff before I hurt your neck," and then started laughing and walked back to his friends. It was clearly a joke, but David looked close to tears and I had a very bad fright because of what he'd done. I told the guy, fake name Xander, that he's not allowed to have knives at school and that I'm going to tell my teacher. We walked straight to our teacher, and when we spoke to him, David burst into tears. We told him what happened, and David was sobbing when he felt like he was going to get hurt. Our teacher barely looked up from his computer while we were speaking, and when he asked for the guy's name, we told him the name and he said he will deal with it and for us to go out for interval again. I went home and told my mom, who I felt didn't fully believe me at the time. The next day, we saw Xander. We were basically making fun of him for getting into trouble with our teacher and likely getting expelled at worst or sitting a Saturday detention at best. He laughed back at us and said our teacher just came to his class, asked to speak with them, and told them to never bring it to school again. No detention, no suspension, basically nothing. He still had the knife on him for the rest of the day before. We were so upset, we went back to our teacher and I told him that Xander said that he didn't get into trouble for having the knife. He gave me the ugliest look as if I was bothering him and coldly said to me that maybe I should fix my late coming problem before I try to get other people in trouble. I would come late 4 or 5 times a month because my mom's car's battery terminals were broken, so the battery would run flat and she couldn't afford to have it fixed. She had to put the neighbor's battery in her car, start it, and then idle it while she took that battery out and put her own battery back in to charge up. My mom taught me the value of always having a number 10 spanner in your car. I felt betrayed by my teacher, the person who was supposed to make us feel safe while we were away from home. When I spoke to my friends about it, they told me that Xander was actually the principal's son, meaning he was my teacher's nephew. I decided to take the opportunity to speak to my friends about getting evidence that our teacher is treating students unfairly. 3 of my 4 close friends had camera phones. I sat in the far left corner, my one friend sat in the opposite corner by the door, our other friend sat in the middle, and the last friend was right at the back of the class by the window on the left. One thing about our teacher, he did not give a freak about where we sat as long as we answered him when he did roll call and didn't bother anyone when we swapped seats. We came to an agreement that whenever our teacher would sound like he was going to say something vaguely discriminatory, we would all discreetly take videos of him. Any private conversation we had with him was voice recorded on our phones. We caught him on camera telling a really discriminatory joke about black people and saying that Hindus must have a lot of problems since they have so many gods. We caught him saying a lot of bad things, but a lot slipped through our fingers because we weren't fast enough. It was extremely difficult to keep our friend group motivated to record him and not tell anyone else about it. It was especially difficult because at the time I had a hand-me-down Samsung D900, which was seen as an expensive phone at the time. My mom prohibited me from taking it to school. She instead bought a cheap R79, $5 phone for us that could only make calls and send text messages. This was in case she needed to reach us in an emergency. I got caught several times sneaking my camera phone to school. My biggest mess up at school was when my mom phoned me on my Samsung and I answered it. Big oof, but I was a dumb butt. After I think a month, we decided that we couldn't let it go any further. One of our friends was a black guy named Tatenda, fake name. Tatenda was a problem child. His mom died when he was 4 and his dad was an alcoholic. He was raised mostly by his uncle who up until today I think was a pimp. He used to act out at school because of undiagnosed ADHD. His dad and uncle didn't believe in learning disabilities and always assumed he was just lazy and badly behaved. Tatenda especially got onto our teacher's nerves because not only was he black, but because he would bring broken calculators from home and take them apart during class. One day, our teacher told him to clear his desk and throw away the bits of plastic and calculator stuff. He ignored the teacher. The teacher then started screaming at him, and Tatenda did the only logical thing a 12 or 13-year-old would do in such a situation. He mockingly put 2 pencils into his ears. Our teacher lost his crap, grabbed Tatenda, and threw him against the door. The narrow window pane cracked and Tatenda's head was hurt. He told us he was fine during interval afterwards, and we put money together to buy him a Sprite. I almost cried when my friend who sat way behind me said he got the whole thing on camera. We didn't even trust that the whole class's testimony would get him into trouble. We decided that enough was enough. The revenge. First, we showed the video to Tatenda's uncle, who showed it to his father. Then I showed my mom all the other videos and recordings. She lost her mind. One of my friends sent all of it to his older sister who had a Facebook account, and she posted it there and tagged the school and as many parents as she knew. It blew up. Parents and people from around the province phoned the school demanding answers as to what is going to happen to our teacher. He was immediately suspended. There were rumors circulating that he had to go into hiding because Tatenda's uncle and his friends were looking to kill him. I even met Tatenda's dad for the first time in the weeks after the whole thing exploded. He liked to joke that his dad sobered up especially for this. The principal pulled Xander out of school. We never saw him again. My mom told me an investigation was launched against the school because of the improper handling of the bullying complaints. If I remember correctly, 3 English kids in my class alone spoke out against teachers dismissing their complaints of bullying by the Afrikaans kids. We were a mostly white Afrikaans-speaking school with 3 Afrikaans classes but only 1 English class per grade. We only saw our teacher once after he was suspended. He looked badly beaten up and was accompanied by a policeman and 2 other male teachers so he could gather the rest of his stuff from his class. But it didn't end there. Because so many kids needed the evidence that they were being bullied and nothing was done because of it, the CCTV footage was brought up. My friend's mother, who was part of the school governing body at that time, told us a few years ago that when they reviewed the footage, it became apparent that the principal was having an affair with one of the grade 2 teachers. He could be seen grabbing her butt at the furthest point away from the camera. They slipped up a few times and kissed in clear view of the camera, but I guess once you're surrounded by the cameras every day at work, you forget that they're there. It was very apparent that sometimes they thought they couldn't be seen. My mom's friend's sister, basically my aunt, sells Tupperware, and one of her regular customers and close friends is the principal's ex-wife. Not only did she leave him, but they were not married in the community of property due to a prenup agreement. The house they lived in was in her name since before the marriage, so she effectively made him homeless because none of his family wanted to take him in. He ran into severe debt from staying in guest houses and burned many bridges from overstaying his welcome at friends. As for my teacher, his reputation was destination freaked. He served jail time, don't know how long, and eventually left the country because it seemed everyone knew his face from the media attention he received. The reason I made this post: I was never going to tell this story on Reddit as I've told it over and over through the years since primary school, but I felt I had to because of what I experienced at the beginning of this year. My family is part of a non-profit organization that has feeding schemes all over the country. The last Friday feed of February, I'm standing security as I usually do, since we're few volunteers and there's many homeless people and most are on drugs and can get violent. I'm walking down the line to make sure there are no fights or anything that could start a riot, and I see a familiar face. My old principal is standing in the line, waiting for a bowl of stew and bread, with absolutely no idea who's standing beside him. Obviously, he wouldn't have recognized me, but I never forgot his face. I'm not gonna lie, I cried quite a bit behind my sunglasses. Seeing him brought back the feelings I had when I was 12 years old in 7th grade, trying absolutely every excuse in the book to not have to go to school and be bullied by my teacher. So yeah, for those of you who are still reading, this is the end of how my friends and I destroyed the lives of my teacher and principal. Well, first things first, I think when you lead your life living like that and overlooking these issues that affect these children, using nepotism, turning a blind eye to violence and discrimination, it's really not a surprise what happened to the teacher and the principal's lives down the road. Considering what OP and his friends did here involving the camera phones, do you think that almost everywhere in the world there should be protections of some sort made where these kids in these environments can record scenarios where they feel either uncomfortable or threatened? I don't know all of the specifics, but it varies wildly where you are as far as what laws you can and can't do as far as recording, especially in places that aren't public property and without people's consent. So considering what you heard here, do you think it's worth it to try and put protections in where kids can record these scenarios? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Dark909911. Please don't park in my driveway. I live next door to an apartment building, and where their parking lot ends and my driveway starts, there are concrete slabs to show where one ends and the other starts. I even have a sign at the end of the driveway saying private parking, not apartment parking. There is lots of room for all tenants and their visitors, so they don't need to park on my property at all. I called the apartment building landlord and complained a few times because people parking in my yard. He said he has signs all around the building where people can park, visitor parking and tenant parking, which he does. He said if they park on my property to call a tow company. I woke up one morning to go to work and couldn't get out because some jack mule had parked in my driveway. I called a towing company from a totally different city about 3 hours away. I couldn't wait for them because of work, but asked if they would call when they were all hooked up and I will come home to make sure it's done. I only lived 5 minutes from work and my boss allowed me to go take care of this. When I got home, the car was already loaded onto a flatbed and was just pulling out when the owner of the car came running out hollering for the truck to stop. He didn't. Then the guy looked at me and was very hostile and said, "This is all your fault. You will be paying to get my car back." I just laughed at him and pointed at my sign saying no parking or vehicle will be towed at owner's expense. I had already called the police as well to see if I could do it legally, and they told me since I have signage up for over a year that nothing can be done against me. I told the guy where he can get his car back and he was pissed to say the least. I backed out and went back to work. After work, the landlord came to see me. He said the guy tried to complain to him and telling him it'll either be one of us or both, but someone will be paying to get his car back. He was told the tow charge alone was around $800 because of the distance and a $150 a day storage until it is picked up. I know he got his car back because I saw it parked in the visitor parking a couple of days later. It is funny how after this happened, I have not had another person park in my driveway again. I still get the stink eye every time that guy sees me. I smile and wave each time because I am an a-hole like that. The guy was already clueless and either didn't read the sign or didn't see the sign that said no parking there. And then OP called the tow company that was located 3+ hours away. So the owner had ample time to get back to their vehicle. So not only did OP make them have to pay a lot of money, they gave them ample opportunity to realize that they're not supposed to park there or move their vehicle before the tow truck got there. Not OP's fault. And our final story of the day is by Faust82. Park your BMW like a tick? Well, two can play that game. Being a BMW owner, one of the things that irk me are others giving us a bad name. Sure, I enjoy an active driving style, but I use my blinkers and try not to park like a douche. Well, I normally try not to park like a douche. Drove down into the parking basement at work and noticed there was an available spot that most had given up due to the parking of the BMW X3 in the next slot over. Well, should be more than enough room for a 5 Series next to it, right? I got in just fine, but was too close to the concrete pillar to walk out comfortably. I'd have to squeeze past it. Saw that, repositioned closer to the X3 and had all the space I wanted to get out. Left a nice margin to the parking line too. Sadly for the X3 driver, that didn't leave much space for him. Petty, but I enjoyed it. Not even just BMW, just parking badly in general. If somebody has to do something that corrects their parking job because of your bad parking job, I think you have it coming to you. Flat out, Company A screwed me, so I helped the federal government to screw them back 10 million plus times worse. This was back in 2015. I had recently been let go from my previous gig. My dad had just been diagnosed with cancer, and due to my less than killer performance in channel partner sales, they needed me to start working weekends. Of course, this was a non-starter with my dad being sick, so we shook hands and went our separate ways. No hard feelings, but now I'm out of work. Crap. A month or two later, I was offered a great job with a large company that was a sizable bump in pay and a much better title. So of course I accepted, but I had to move across the country to take this job. But it was worth it, and Dad seemed to be on the mend and the cancer seemed to be in remission, so I felt okay with moving away. At the time, I lived about 30 minutes away from my parents. The new company was a massive short-term lending company with over 1,000 locations across the US and was the leader in payday loans, title loans, etc. I didn't love the idea of working for one of these types of companies, but I figured people make poor financial decisions all the time, and no one is forcing them to take the loan, and they likely understand what they are getting into. Important note. My job at Company A was basically to line up partnerships to help drive referrals to us from people looking for loans, but didn't qualify for a real bank loan, etc. I quickly ramped up the monthly revenue to 1 mil plus a month in just a few months being there. Everyone was nice, seemed like a good gig, except for one ex-army a-hole who I'll call Sergeant A-hole, who would make snarky comments about everyone, watch the clock, and report you to HR if you came in at 9:05 a.m. instead of 9 a.m., leaving at 4:45 p.m., not 5 p.m., etc. You get the picture. Part of my job was to audit the third-party applications to verify the loans that occurred, and the loan balance / amount to calculate the referral commission for the affiliates. Basic due diligence. But I had to look at the contract for the loan they signed and the accompanying terms and conditions, and that's when I started seeing red flags left and right. People on welfare or social security taking loans against their car title with payment terms they would never be able to pay back. Old ladies taking out a personal loan against their social security payments to help pay for their grandkids' school books, etc. Just heartbreaking scenarios. Having a background in business finance and business law from college, I knew they were royally screwed the moment they signed that contract and would eventually lose their only car through repossession, be forced to sign over social security checks to make due on the loan, as they unfortunately agreed to that in the contract. Just awful things. I started bringing this up to any exec or leader that would listen. They all said okay, but no change happened. I think we all felt super crappy as a group about this company deep down, but it's our livelihood. Around this point, my gut kept telling me to document this and keep it for some reason. I didn't know what I would do with it at the time, I just felt this urge to do so I did. I stayed and started collecting every bit of info I could find on them coercing people, even illiterate people, into signing the loan. I saw this in person multiple times, doing store audits, basically using sleazy used car salesman tactics to close the loan. Company A intentionally not explaining that the 28% interest is monthly, not annual, and you have to basically close the loan every month it's not paid in full and sign a new one every month with new interest, carry over from the previous balance, plus new fees, several hundred per new loan, basically every month. And overall, just taking full advantage of desperate, financially illiterate people, fully knowing they couldn't ever pay off the loan, and they would milk them for every dollar, then repo their car and sell it at auction, or threaten to make the past loan payments known to their employer and threaten to garnish wages. Just horribly crappy, mean-spirited business practices. I hated it and hated Company A and everyone in leadership that knew this was happening and basically said, "This is our business practices, it's legal." I knew full well it was not legal or ethical. I followed my gut instinct and had one of those mini handheld scanners and would print off every CFPB/federal violation I came across. I'd scan it and save it or compile it at home on an SD card. Fast forward a few months, my birthday is coming up and I had planned to take a week off to celebrate with my family back home. With my dad very sick at this point, I knew this was likely my last birthday with him. We had a blast, definitely top 5 family memories of all time. We lived it up and did everything we could think of together. The time comes to go back to work in the other state and I didn't want to leave but told my mom I will come back in a heartbeat when you need me to. I get back from PTO, the next day, Monday, mom calls, dad is in very bad shape. I run it by awesome boss, he says, don't talk, go home, come back when you're ready. Awesome, amazing guy with a huge heart. He will always have a special place in my heart for that response. He understood work was not important right now. For context, Sergeant A-hole was passed over for Awesome Boss's job, and it was given to Awesome Boss instead. So from day one, Sergeant A-hole had it out for all of us, and he wanted that gig, and was determined to get it by any means necessary. Day 2, Tuesday, back home, Awesome Boss calls me, tells me he's been fired. Apparently, Sergeant A-hole complained to the CEO and COO about his lax approach to his team, letting me just leave without approval, etc. And now Sergeant A-hole is my boss, and Awesome Boss lets me know that Sergeant A-hole will probably fire me too once I get back. So wanted to give me a heads up with everything else I was dealing with, he just didn't want me to be blindsided. A number 1 guy. I stay through the funeral, then fly back to face the music. 10 minutes in, Sergeant A-hole calls me into his office, tells me I violated company policy by taking unapproved time off, and that we needed to talk to HR. I explained what happened. Dad passed, funeral, mom is distraught, etc. He says, I'm sorry that happened, but company policy doesn't excuse that. The HR lady felt so bad that I had to be fired, by the COO nonetheless. I tell her I've only been here 4 months, and I spent all my savings relocating down here for the job. This really puts me in a difficult financial situation. She says she'll work hard to get me some severance as I don't qualify for unemployment yet, being there for just a few months. Sergeant A-hole chimes in, well, you wouldn't qualify anyways. You're being fired for non-compliance and excessive absences. Okay, what the freak, dude? HR calls me on the phone the next day saying Sergeant A-hole contacted the COO to make sure I didn't get any severance. So now I'm broke, 5 months into a 12-month lease with no money and no job. I'm up crap creek without a paddle and without my go-to guy, my dad, in this situation. I had to sell most of my stuff, pack up, and move home to live with my mom. Now comes the righteous revenge. I tried to be civil, but the new boss and the exec team played dirty. The time of reckoning is now. I remembered my database of incriminating practices that violated CFPB guidelines, called up Awesome Boss to get his feedback and advice, and he wants to help. Now we have a team. We spent the next several weeks building a massive file to submit to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau for unfair and predatory lending practices by Company A, which we were somewhat complicit in, but both voiced our concerns, but we needed to make this right. We knew we had been part of this monster, and it's the least we should do to correct it. I gave everything I had to my awesome boss, now teammate, and we provided the CFPB everything I had seen in the brick and mortar locations, all the incriminating docs I had, and gave 2 detailed written statements of our concerns about Company A to the CFPB for their investigation under the condition of anonymity. We never heard back and assumed nothing would come of it, but we did our best to right this wrong we had participated in. Unknown to us, there were thousands of complaints against Company A by consumers, and Awesome Boss let me know he heard from them, and what we provided helped them build their case against Company A. Awesome Boss calls me about 5 months later, now early 2016, to let me know the CFPB called him and something is about to happen. This led to a fairly large consumer protection investigation into Company A, unknown to me and Awesome Boss at the time. But another several months passed. Didn't hear or see anything, so I figured that they hired some top-shelf lawyers and made it go away. That is, until June of 2016. While drinking coffee and applying for new jobs at my mom's house one morning, I was watching CNBC and hear Company A's name come up. I turn to watch and see that they are getting hit with huge fines, legal fees, and their business has to basically stop all business until the case is resolved. They ended up being levied almost $10 million in fines, over $20 million in legal fees, and lost out on about $50 million in revenue while the government pressed pause on their operation, all thanks to Sergeant A-hole, which I later found out from a previous coworker that Sergeant A-hole was fired and thrown under the bus for not reporting employee complaints to the exec team. But they knew full well. I told the COO multiple times what we were doing is probably illegal, but they made Sergeant A-hole the sacrificial lamb in this case. To this day, there are still tons of pending class action lawsuits and regional government actions against them. But it worked out well for me personally. Mom was so glad I was back home. She was having such a hard time without Dad around. They were married for 35 years. I took my downtime to learn a new career that pays much better, and I love my new career and post-Company A life. And it felt good to watch that cesspool of a company get their comeuppance on behalf of everyone they lied to, stole from, and screwed over. As Grandma always said, some turds stink and some float to the top. In the end, they all get flushed. I was very happy to see this floating turd get flushed. EPH 511 have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. And expose I did. So this is a really big question for you guys. If you were in OP situation and you had all this proof against this large 1,000 chain lending company, would you be brave enough to go forward with it to the proper channels and hope that the anonymity promised will stay true? Let me know if you would be able to face this company head on with just you and a coworker. I'd really like to hear your responses in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by It's Butta. I help a local screen printing shop earn the reputation it deserves. Story happened a few years ago in 2015. Never really thought of posting this here until now, but I suppose it fits. The setup. I was a screen printer. I accepted a new job at a different shop for $13 an hour. Slightly better wage than my old job, and the place was much nicer. Let's just call it Waldron Sports Center / Apparel. They operate out of a large space in a local mall featuring a sports / joke apparel shop, multi-purpose gym, and a single automatic press in the back where they printed their stuff. Two brothers, let's call them Jake and Jarrett, own the company. Jake does most of the on-site management as Jarrett's more busy with other careers. They're running a squeaky clean M&R Diamondback press and the shop's super well organized. It's very climate controlled, whereas my previous place was just a plain warehouse with no heat / AC whatsoever that would often surpass 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Schedule is perfect and paychecks are direct deposited every Friday too. Another huge plus. Obviously, I'm excited. First 2 weeks go fantastic. That second Friday, I get my first check. It seems short, but I started mid-pay period on sporadic hours, so whatever. 1 week later, and my next check is significantly larger, but it's off. I go to Jake and ask him about seeing my pay stubs. He tells me that all of that is handled through an outside company, but Jarrett should have gotten my login info by then. He'll be back on Monday. I asked the other printer there if that was normal with the pay stubs, and he said not really, but vouched for the two, saying they probably just forgot. First thing Monday, I go to Jarrett and ask about the pay stubs, who tells me that's actually Jake's responsibility to make sure I get the info I need. Okay, what the freak? So I go back to him and ask him about it, and he says that he'll call the company and get my login info ASAP. Suspicious, but not having much other option as I was already almost a month removed from my old job, I go to work. A little while later, he comes in and gives me the login info. We finish the job and take a quick break. I log in and check my pay stubs, and it turns out these guys are paying me $8.10 an hour instead of the $13 I was promised. Oh man, I'm livid. Obviously, I gotta confront Jake about this. Never been through this before, but I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here. I quickly Google conversation recording law. See, Ohio is a one-party consent state, meaning if I'm part of a conversation I record, it is both legal and admissible in court. So I set my phone to do just that, put it in my pocket, and go confront the dude. Hey, so I checked my pay stubs and you're only paying me $8.10 an hour. Would you like to tell me what's going on here? He looks kinda dumbfounded, shakes his head. It's supposed to be $13 an hour. Well, you've been paying me $8.10 and you owe me over $400. Well, that's not supposed to happen. I'll call him and see what's up. So I go back to the shop, stop the recording, and start setting up the next job to pass the time. I'm holding out hope that this is all just a misunderstanding, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Regardless, I gotta at least play ball while I follow through. Jake comes in and says, "We'll have your money fixed on your next paycheck." I say, "With back pay?" "Yes, it'll be on the check." So I begrudgingly wait for the next week. I wake up Friday morning and check my bank account. And much to my not surprise at this point, another minimum wage check and another few $100s they owe me. So I decided to stay home that day. I get a text 15 minutes after the time I'm supposed to be there. "Hey, this is Jake, what's going on?" "You just sent me another minimum wage check. You owe me $700. I'm not coming in until you pay me the money that you owe me." "Well, I was gonna write a check for the difference, but I accept your no call, no show. Thanks." "That's not how this works, dude. You still owe me $700 and now I have this text from you admitting it." No more responses. So I do as any millennial would and leave a negative review on their page and start commenting on every single post they have, which gets deleted immediately. I get a text from Jake. "You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Is your mother's address still correct?" I never told them any personal details about family or living situation, and this mother wants to assume while literally stealing what would be rent money. I say, cool, call them. They better have my check ready. The revenge. I had the dude cold. I basically have a concrete admission of guilt from text and audio evidence. Now I just gotta figure out what to do. I send a message to a troubleshooter reporter who made his career exposing these exact kinds of scams, and he tells me that without signing an employment contract, I'm pretty well screwed, and that maybe I can try small claims court, but that probably won't work out, and apologized for being unable to help. I looked both Jared and Jake Walden up in the local court of clerk websites just out of curiosity. Turns out, Jake's been sued multiple times for this exact thing and lost twice. And then it hits me. I'm in a band and have paid Facebook to promote posts advertising my concerts before. It's cheap and it generally gets some results, at the time at least. I created a Craigslist post detailing this exact story, and I included links to his and the company's court records as a centerpiece. I make a page on Facebook called Former Employee and make one single post. Avoid Waldron Sports Center and Apparel. Dishonest employer. I then sponsored the post. I put in $15 over the course of 10 days for ads, and I targeted them directly to people who liked their page, any of our local sports teams, screen printing, or the mall itself, who lived specifically within a few miles of their shop. Within a couple days, the post had been shared over 2,000 times. I got a message from him 4 days later begging me to take it down, and a check for every missing penny 2 days later. I went to the bank to cash it and told the two cashiers at the counter the story. We shared a laugh because both of them had seen the post that morning. I sent him a message saying, "I got the money. Next time, don't try to scam somebody who's much smarter than you." That felt good. I continued to share my story anytime it was relevant to a public post. I guess he saw one a few months later, messaged me again and said, "We already gave you the money, please stop." I told him, "I gave you so many opportunities to do the right thing and you still went out of your way to be a piece of crap. You shouldn't have done that. Go freak yourself." That felt even better. I could definitely see this kind of strategy working very well for a sort of small community or a very well-contained community. If that Facebook advertising hits directly at that target demo, I'm sure a lot of eyes are going to see this very blatant calling out of this company. And if it seemed very legitimate to me, it probably would negatively affect my reception about this company. So it worked well for OP. It was a good strategy. My grandmother put greedy preachers in their places. Twice. Even after she died. My grandmother was a member of a large conservative, Bible-believing church for her entire adult life. This church, which I'll call Big White Church, was a member of a large evangelical denomination. Big White Church was located in a prosperous suburb of a large city in the Bible Belt of the deep south of the USA. Grandma was very active in Big White Church. She worked in the nursery every Sunday morning, helped cook hundreds of church fellowship breakfasts and dinners, accompanied her children and grandchildren on dozens of church retreats and choir tours, taught youth Bible study on Sunday nights, and was very active in supporting home missions, as well as helping with other youth programs. She always tithed and often gave extra for missions and special offerings. Grandma's greatest talent was making other people feel important. I've seen this firsthand many times. Although I belonged to a different church, I often visited with Grandma, and when I did, I usually went to Big White Church functions with her. I've seen her single-handedly cook breakfast for dozens of Big White Church youth, a task which took over 2 hours even in the church's large kitchen. Then, after the meal, she asked the group for a round of applause for the high school student leader for doing such a great job of organizing the prayer breakfast. I remember that on a Big White Church youth retreat at a rural church camp, She drove most of the night to go back to the city and retrieve a big box of evangelistic materials that one of the assistant pastors, whom I'll call assistant pastor, had forgotten and asked her to get in time for our morning program the next day. His boss, the senior pastor, I'll call him pompous pastor, never found out that assistant pastor had screwed up or that grandma had fixed it for him. Assistant pastor never even thanked grandma. Even though I was a child, this bothered me so much that I asked her about it. She said that she didn't mind at all. She told me her reward would be that those materials would help children find Jesus. Grandma's service to her church ended abruptly at the age of 73 when she broke her back in a car accident. Afterwards, for the last 10 years of her life, she was homebound and could not go to church because of this injury and declining health due to old age. Her mind was just as sharp as ever, and her faith remained sincere, but her body wore out a little more every day. During those 10 years, she made many efforts to reach out to her church, its leadership, and her church friends, inviting them to visit at her home, etc., without success. Every one of these invitations was declined or simply ignored. Near the end, when she was in home hospice care, she decided to plan her own funeral. She and my grandpa called her church and asked for the senior pastor, pompous pastor, whom she had known for over 30 years, to visit her so that they could plan her memorial service, which she and grandpa wanted to be held at the church. Pompous pastor was too busy, but assistant pastor stopped by a few days later. According to my grandpa, here's what happened at that meeting, with my grandma literally on her deathbed. Grandma, grandpa, and assistant pastor discussed her funeral for a couple of minutes. Then assistant pastor started pressuring her to lay up your treasure in heaven by remembering your church in your will. Grandpa told him firmly that this is neither the time nor the place to discuss her will. They went back to discussing the funeral for a few minutes. Then assistant passenger steered the conversation back to grandma's will, with liberal injections of how badly her church needed her support. Grandpa told him several times that it was inappropriate to talk to grandma about her will or the church's financial needs, because she was terminally ill and in an enormous amount of physical pain. Assistant pastor would agree and briefly talk about the funeral, but would then go back to talking about the church's financial needs, heavenly rewards, where your treasure is, your heart will be also, Matthew 6:21, Luke 12:34, etc. My grandma started crying. To put this into context, grandma was more than a steel magnolia. She was titanium coated with diamond wrapped in Kevlar. She rarely ever cried, and never ever cried about herself. Not one tear when the doctor told her that her back was broken so badly that she would never walk again, nor during the following 6 months in futile rehab. She would shed sincere but well-managed tears at funerals and while visiting family members in the hospital when they received bad news. She would cry to console others, weep with those who weep. But nobody, not grandpa, not her daughter, my mom, nor any of my uncles or grandma's siblings, ever remembered her crying for herself. My grandma was sobbing uncontrollably. Grandpa, a retired steelworker, former Marine sergeant, and Korean War combat veteran, physically grabbed assistant pastor and escorted him out of their house. Not too gently. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Grandma lived another 6 months, mostly because of sheer force of will. Eventually, though, Grandma passed away and we held her memorial service at the funeral home, not Big White Church. Pompous pastor and assistant pastor were conspicuously absent. In fact, there were no professional Christians from Big White Church at the service at all, not even in the audience. To start the service, Grandpa stood up at the podium in the front of the crowd and said, "Some of you may have heard that I disinvited pompous pastor and assistant pastor from this funeral service. This service is not an appropriate place for me to give you my reasons for doing this. Although you all know me and so you know that my reasons are good ones. Also, my wife asked me to exclude them. This funeral service may be different from other funerals that you have attended. It is going to be an open microphone funeral. Everyone who wants to say something is invited to come up here and describe your friendship with my wife, tell a story about her that is worth remembering, or anything else that you want to say that will honor her memory and bring comfort to everyone here today. I have asked several family members to prepare statements, but you don't have to have anything prepared. Please, if you want to say something, come up here and do so. There were about 100 people at the funeral service. At least a third of them eventually stepped up to the microphone. The service, which we had planned to last about 30 minutes, lasted for over 2 hours and, as best as I can tell, not one person left early. There was laughing, crying, and hugging. 3 of her grandchildren played some of her favorite songs on the piano and guitar. We all joined hands and sang our favorite hymns. Afterwards, dozens of people told my grandpa that it was one of the most comforting and uplifting funerals they had ever attended. More than a few remarked that funerals are better without preachers anyway, or something similar. Remembering her pastors and her church in her will. The 1-2 punch. A couple of weeks later, it was time to start distributing the bequests in Grandma's will. Although Grandma and Grandpa dearly loved each other, they had separate wills because, she told my mom, that makes it easier for us to respect each other's turf, and because their lawyer had recommended it. Nobody thought that my grandparents were wealthy. They had lived in the same small but charming house in a prosperous, well-maintained suburban neighborhood for the past 50+ years, and had worked hard and lived modestly, but it was rumored that they had a very nice nest egg. Of course, there is no legal requirement for anyone to attend the reading of the will or to even have a reading. Modern telecommunications and near-universal literacy have made this quaint custom practically extinct. But the reading of the will was a tradition in our family because it was one of those events that gave our close-knit, extended family an excuse to get together. We never had family reunions. They were too difficult to schedule for our large family. But we got together at birthdays, holidays, funerals, baptisms, etc., so that if you attended several of these, you would see just about every one of your cousins, aunts, uncles, and even great aunts and uncles who were grandma's and grandpa's siblings and in-laws. With this family tradition in mind, many of our family members' wills often contained very personal bequests of items that had little cash value, but were the departed family members' way of telling their loved ones that they wanted to share a cherished memory with them one last time. As an added incentive to attend, the family rumor mill had been buzzing with speculation, encouraged by Grandpa, that Grandma's will contained some surprises. The reading was held in a conference room at a lawyer's office. Unsurprisingly, the attendees included my mom, as well as aunts, uncles, great-aunts, great-uncles, and many of the grandchildren. We were all surprised, however, to see pompous pastor and assistant pastor from the big white church. They informed us that Grandma's lawyer had told them that Grandma's will had bequests not only for big white church, but also for them personally. Maybe it was just our imagination, but my siblings, cousins, and I couldn't help noticing that these preachers appear to be actively salivating over their good fortune at Grandma's generosity. Grandma had a large family, so a sizable number of beneficiaries were named in her will. The lawyer's conference room was a bit smaller than an average middle-class living room. Extra chairs had been brought in. Every seat was filled and people were standing in every remaining space. There was barely space for all of us. Grandma's lawyer suggested that pompous pastor and assistant pastor sit in chairs which were in the front of the room next to himself. Since there was a large table in the room, this meant that the lawyer and these 2 preachers were the only ones who were directly facing everyone else. Although the preachers were gratified to be physically next to the center of attention, they did not notice, as all of the rest of us quickly noticed, that these seats made it easy for everyone else in the room to watch them closely, and practically impossible for them to leave the packed to more than overflowing room before the entire meeting was over, because they were the farthest from the room's single door, and there were almost 24 people standing or sitting between them and their only path to escape. The bequests were quite generous, but pretty much what we had expected. Grandpa kept their house, its contents, their retirement accounts, and everything that remained after all of the bequests had been satisfied. Children, grandchildren, and several local charities received nice, but not extravagant amounts of money. Several sentimental items were named and given to various friends and relatives. Grandpa was the first beneficiary listed in the will. But after him, all of the other bequests were arranged in order of increasing worth. They started with sentimental items, which had very small cash value. Then each grandchild received several $1,000s. Then each son, daughter, brother, sister, niece, and nephew received a little more. Then several local nonprofits received very nice amounts, etc. Bequests to Big White Church, pompous pastor, and assistant pastor were almost the last ones listed in the will. They listened politely to the other bequests, but with steadily growing anticipation, as they noticed the exponential upward trend in Grandma's largesse. When Grandma's lawyer got to the Big White Church and preacher's part of the will, he said, "This is a bit unusual, but before I announce these bequests to Big White Church, pompous pastor and assistant pastor, Miss Grandma's name requested that I read the following statement to everyone present." He opened a letter that was written in Grandma's own handwriting. "For the past 10 years, not one person from Big White Church has ever called me, come to visit me, or sent me a note to tell me that they cared about me. Not one minister, not one deacon, not one of the church women, not one of the church members who I worked with for all of those years, loved dearly and thought were my friends. I worked very hard for you when you needed me for many, many years. But when I needed you and your church, you all pretended that I didn't exist. I only got one visit, when I was dying, and I invited pompous pastor to come to my house and help me plan my funeral. This was my last attempt, after many attempts that I had made over the past 10 years, to reach out to my church and pastor, whom I still loved dearly even though they had made it clear that they did not love me. If only I could have my funeral at my church. Maybe some of my church friends, whom I had not seen in a decade, would come to the service to see me one last time. And I know they love to hear pompous pastor preach. So if he preached at my funeral, maybe they would come to my funeral to hear him, even if they would not have come to see me. But pompous pastor couldn't find the time to visit me, or even call me to tell me whether or not he was willing to preach at my funeral. Assistant pastor came by my house, but he didn't want to talk about my funeral. He just wanted me to remember his church in my will. That's all. Just remember his church in my will. It was then that I realized that I had allowed my church to break my heart for one last time. But that was the last time. The very last time. Assistant pastor did not know it when he visited me, but Grandpa and I had already prepared my will, long before his visit, which did include a double tithe, 20% of my entire estate for what was now my former church, Big White Church. The amount was, name the amount, an enormous crapload of money, generating muffled wows from many of her heirs, including me. But I got the feeling badly that we had not personally remembered such nice people as pompous pastor and assistant pastor. So I changed my will to include them by name. While I was at it, I changed the amount of money that I left to Big White Church to match all of the love that they had showed to me during the last 10 years of my life, when I was suffering and lonely and no longer able to work my butt off for them for free like I had done for almost half a century. That is her entire written statement, the lawyer said. Now let's get back to the bequests in the will. Bequest to assistant pastor, 1 cent. Bequest to pompous pastor, 1 cent. Bequest to Big White Church, 1 cent. The pompous pastor and assistant pastor sat there looking like someone had just injected a gallon of Novocaine into their jaws. Every one of Grandma's family and friends felt an overwhelming urge to laugh out loud. But we kept quiet because we knew Grandma. We knew she wasn't finished yet. Grandma was simply setting them up for a 1-2 punch. The best was yet to come, and we didn't want to miss it. There is one last bequest, the lawyer continued, for a charity called, which he named and I'll call Black Charity. Then he paused before naming the amount. Most of us had no idea what Black Charity was. But by the look on their faces, we could tell that pompous pastor and assistant pastor knew Black Charity very well. Their faces displayed the same expressions of shock, dread, and horror that they would have if the lawyer had said, "This bequest goes to the demonic baby eaters to buy extra-large rotisserie barbecue grills and tons of charcoal." Every eye in the room was now fixated on pompous pastor and assistant pastor. The lawyer, who happened to be my uncle, one of Grandma's and Grandpa's sons, let the silence continue a few seconds more. If we had been able to read pompous pastors' and assistant pastors' minds, we would have known the history behind the looks on their faces. Black Charity was sponsored by a large black church just a few miles from Big White Church. They ran a free food and clothing bank, assistant programs for foster children, home delivery of pre-cooked meals for homebound seniors, legal aid, and other social services. A long time ago, Big White Church, which was and still is 100% Caucasian, had provided a few years of financial and other support to Black Charity. Then there was a very bitter, acrimonious breakup, allegedly because Black Charity was practicing the social gospel, while Big White Church was preaching the true gospel. Big White Church even sued to try and get some of their money back, although the suit was eventually settled and very little money actually changed hands. But, this being the Deep South, everyone knew the real reason why Big White Church, or any white church, would stop supporting a black charity. Those racist terms were getting uppity and not staying in their place. Grandma and Grandpa had seriously considered leaving Big White Church at that time, but they had reasoned that it was better to stay there and teach tolerance by their words and example. They knew they would never persuade everyone, but maybe they could reach some of the youth at their white church and break the generational cycle of racism. Grandma used to tell us, "My church is my mission field." We did not learn the true depth of her statement until after she died. Since then, Grandma and Grandpa had secretly sent a portion of their tithe to Black Charity every month. Most of Grandma's family, including me, didn't find out about any of this until after the meeting had ended. But pompous pastor and assistant pastor obviously understood what Grandma, by her actions which are more powerful than words, was saying to them. If you had grown up as a white person in the Deep South, as Grandma, Grandpa, pompous pastor, and assistant pastor had, you would understand. To many white Southerners, this was one of the most personally insulting things you could do to them. It simultaneously labeled them as racists, condemned their bigotry, and crushed their delusions of white superiority by saying, "These black human beings, whom you hate, disrespect, and have mistreated, are better people than you are, so they deserve my money more than you do." Having allowed time for everyone to observe pompous pastor and assistant pastor while they thought about how their white church had treated this black charity, and how they and their church had treated our grandma, the lawyer said, "The amount is..." Then he named the exact same amount that Grandma had named in her handwritten letter. The huge amount of money that would have gone to Big White Church if she had not changed her will. So with that story concluded, do you think that the grandma here got enough revenge against these pastors and the church? Considering how much time she gave to them for free working for them, and then in the last 10 years of her life, never getting even a visit, never getting even a call? Let me know in the comments down below. Driving instructor got stung in the eye by a bee. Back when I was 17/18, I block booked 15 lessons with a driving instructor that was local to my workplace, around 15 miles from home. The idea was that I'd finish work and then he'd meet me at the hospital where I was employed, and we'd drive around for an hour each time before ending it at the local metro station, whereby I could ride it the 45 minutes home. The first couple of lessons flew flags right up. I was competent enough to go straight onto road driving, as I was also getting a lot of driving time in my dad's car before even booking lessons. First couple of lessons, he has me driving out of the way down some residential streets. I'm talking cul-de-sacs. No reason to go there unless your instructor has the destination in memory. Turns out, we were scouting out his recent ex-girlfriend's house to see if any other cars were in her driveway. A few lessons in and he has me swing by a petrol garage. Not to fill up, it was just so he could pop in to buy some chewing gum because his next pupil was some fit 18-year-old daughter of a local radio host. I continued to play it dumb because I was getting driving hours in and we'd still end up at the metro station to see me home. He was a bit of a tick of an instructor though. I'd say he was around mid-20s and all of his banter was about these fit young women he'd drive around. I was either driving too fast, too slow, too far to the left, or too far to the right. Really condescending though, and just wasn't fit to teach people. So around the 12th or so lesson, he's due to pick me up from work. It's the middle of winter and Baltic outside. Stood for an hour outside the A&E department, which was our designated pickup point, and there's no sign of him. I phoned him around 15 times by this point. Figure freak it, I'll get the bus to the metro, then the metro home. Phoned him again after getting off the metro, and this time he answers. Background noise is quite clearly pub noise with his mates shouting crap down the phone about leaving a pupil hanging. He goes on to say that he couldn't make the lesson because a bee had stung him in the eye. I still had 3 lessons pre-booked with him, so I was stuck with his butt for a little while longer. The next day, I sent him a message saying I was booking his car to sit my driving test and would require him on the date that my last lesson was booked for. He went through the whole spiel of me not being ready and all of that, but eventually relented after I agreed to sit my Pass Plus with him afterwards, were I to pass, and if not, I'd book another 10 lessons with him. We decided to double down on the hours come testing day and agreed that he'd pick me up an hour and a half before my test so I could get some time in driving to the test center. Then the other hour would be the test itself. He showed up an hour late. He was all pissed and told me we didn't have time for me to drive that day to the test center, so instead he would drive us there. Keep in mind, this had been around 2.5 weeks since our last lessons due to doubling up. So we get to the test center just in time, something like 5 minutes to spare. My test instructor comes over and my driving instructor stated he wanted to sit in the car during the test. Test instructor basically told him to do one and to sit and wait until we got back. Test went, got cut off before even leaving the industrial estate the test center was based in. Swore a bunch out loud at this driver and afterwards figured, well, I freaked this one, let's just get it over with. We were the last back to the center out of 15 drivers that went out at the same time. Got caught up in the roadworks and a ton of traffic. Test instructor left the car before coming back and saying, only 2 people out of the 15 today passed. You were one of them. Thought, brilliant. Driving instructor immediately reminded me of my Pass Plus deal. Pass Plus is around 150 pounds, I think he quoted me, and his idea was to drive from Newcastle to Manchester and back. That's a fair bit of motorway driving which is required. So I told him sure, I'm well up for it and to pick me up from the metro station near where I live, which is way out of his way considering he lived near where I worked. So the day comes to my Pass Plus test and my phone is blowing up by the minute. I let him sit there for an hour and a half, leading him on that I was on my way before dropping the ball that a bee had actually stung me in my eye on my short walk over there. Let me ask you guys, do you think this driving instructor purposefully showed up an hour late hoping that they would get extra lessons booked with them? Like actively trying to sabotage OP, or do you think they were just lazy and procrastinating? Let me know in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Forest Cabin 123K. Helped destroy my trust in humanity? I put you on the news. Once upon a time, I, almost 49-year-old female, had an extremely close friend, Mindy. Heck, she was not just my friend, she was like a sister. We met in grade school. She pursued my friendship, always tried to sit next to me, always wanting to talk. Over the years, we would spend lots of time at each other's houses, but by the time we were 19, my house was our meeting place because she had extremely bad family trouble. My parents kind of informally took her in because they sympathized with her situation. I always tried to make her feel like she belonged and avoided luxurious stuff if she could not afford it. Expensive shows, nice clothes she might have liked but could not wear. Other times, I just gave her some stuff from my closet. She was nice, outspoken, and made me feel like I had the most loyal friend on the planet. The years go by. I'm fresh out of college and got a nice job. Mindy's life has improved. She had her own place and a 9-to-5 very reliable job. By then, we had a group of friends. All young professionals trying to make our way. I remember that time in my life as bittersweet. We would often reminisce of our college days and, because this happened in the 90s, there were no social networks, no texting. If you wanted to get in touch, you had to exchange phone numbers or emails. Now it's fairly easier. So exchanging old stories glued us together as we wondered how things worked out for friends we may never see again. Gatherings and get-togethers happened in my apartment. I loved that place. It was spacious, still half empty because I was careful not to throw too much money into decoration. Around those days, Mindy began to look sickly and quite not herself. I was worried and loved her to death. She had been there for me, especially when my fiance broke up with me for no reason. I guess now we call it ghosting. He was the first man I ever truly loved. I was never able to get him to express his love like I did, but I accepted him for who he was. He had some cold stages which left me wanting, but I thought I could manage. Basically, I was settling for being breadcrumbed. He was gorgeous, successful, and protective. So when he proposed, I was on cloud 9 and decided to ignore the negatives. I had saved a lot of money for our wedding. To be fair, he did the same in a separate banking account. Things came to an end when all of a sudden, he broke up with me. He told me he did not want to get married and did not love me nor wanted any type of relationship. He let me keep the money from our joint account plus some of the things at the apartment. Workout bench, clothing, pretty much everything. This had a bad effect on me. I felt like he despised me and wanted to cut ties no matter the cost. Invitations had not been issued, so calling off the engagement was not such an ordeal. Mindy was there for me, listening to my pain, my rants, and endless sobbing. I lost so much weight I was embarrassed to be seen out on the street. She had a boyfriend, George, and he was awesome about letting me crash at their place whenever anguish and pain hit me hard. They both cut ties with my ex. I had made so many life-altering decisions for him only to be left in the dark. Mindy and George sat me down and disclosed that my ex was seeing someone else. I remember the shock and the emotional pain. My heart was racing and I ran to the bathroom because the bad news made me throw up. I never understood how my ex treated me like that. Those Christmases were so bad, I would sit in my living room staring at the wall. Mindy and George helped me set up a very 90s posh concept Xmas tree to cheer me up. Only white lights, a few golden ornaments, and natural pine. I was so depressed, the tree stayed put until next spring. By summer, Mindy broke some devastating news. She was terminally ill. I was so angry. She didn't deserve this. Her diagnosis was grim. So bad that George proposed earlier than he had planned because he wanted to live in the moment. She had always dreamed of a huge wedding. It was her obsession. We would go into bridal shops and try as many dresses as possible when we were teenagers. The wedding of her dreams was now out of the question. Her family would not pitch in. She'd left their home on very bad terms, and George could not pay it on his own. George was now barely out of medical school and up to his neck in debt. I decided to pay for her wedding. It would be a small event, but I would make sure the decorations and her dress were as dreamy as she had always wanted. I still had the money I had saved for my wedding, and as financially risky or stupid as it may have sounded back then, I was sure those final days with Mindy would be worth gold when she was gone. Her illness made me realize that there are worse things in this life other than being unceremoniously dumped by my ex. I threw myself into it. I was also happy and hopeful as Mindy was able to go to her chemo sessions by herself without becoming too sick. She also looked much better than other patients. Our group of friends also helped her a lot. There was not a day when someone would not bring her groceries or help pay for a random utility bill, as she was now out of work. I had initially offered to help her set up a better health insurance plan, but she declined. Pay attention to this, more on this later. So I decided not to intrude and give her the fairy tale wedding, or as close to it as I could, that she wanted. She had picked a nice rental dress and tiara. The florist was to accommodate her tastes and create an indoor garden. The venue would be my apartment. The baker had been retained for a 6-tier wedding cake. There would be 35 people. With tables, an aisle, and a musician to play some music. We could not do the loud disc jockey thing. Now, back to the insurance issue. My first job was as a junior sales executive for a health insurance company. There was a legal dispute against another insurer, and I was called in by the court to be a witness. As I was getting cleared to enter the building, I saw my ex. My stomach churned. I immediately thought, courtroom wedding. By the time I raced for the elevator, he had already vanished. That messed up my day. I relived the lack of closure all over again. I could not let it go. I contacted a good friend who I knew was doing her law internship at the court district. She helped me by checking any legal records regarding my ex. No court wedding. I was relieved, I know it sounds silly, but there was a fraud claim and he was the plaintiff. I didn't make much of it, but it was strange. He was very smart and getting screwed out of his money sounded too uncharacteristic. I still wanted to help Mindy and tried to set her up with a good insurance plan. I knew it was difficult given that companies treat terminal patients as money-dumping risks. I pleaded with my old boss and he searched her name, but she was not in the company database. Maybe she was using a different insurer, but that was odd because she clearly told me what her insurance company was. I felt guilty because I was kind of snooping. Things were normal for a month until my friend at the courthouse broke some disgusting news. The defendant in my ex's lawsuit was my best friend, Mindy. She asked me if I knew anything about it. I had no idea or clue. She then disclosed that the case had become popular gossip among courtroom clerks because my ex had fallen for a complicated Cupid scam. As it turned out, Mindy and my ex had an illicit love affair behind George's back and mine. It spanned a full year. And she was not out of work, she had been fired for embezzlement and larceny, stealing from an employer. I did know that she kept moving apartments, but I thought she had been trying to save on rent, so she had kept looking for cheaper and cheaper places. She moved around towns in the same city. First, she took my ex's money for some investment, and she used her former employer's credibility for it. Never got too many details. Then she got him to help her with medical bills and scammed him out of close to $20,000. Her illness was fake. I avoided her for a week. I hired a PI to help me get whatever I could without much hope as their affair had ended. The private investigator managed to help me get some closure. His name was on her lease for a small studio. Everyone in the building thought they were a couple. It was their love nest and it was 2 hours away. I never suspected anything. But apparently he had been lying to me about his actual working hours. He had also helped cover for her car payment at least 6 times in a year. She had my ex as her sugar daddy. She had seen me cry, puke, curl on my bed, and had broken the news that he had someone else. Herself. My ex seemed salty over the fact that she had chosen to stick with George. It was simple math. My ex was very successful, but George, although not wealthy yet, had become a physician and was spoken for to start a small practice with a potential partner. She upped and left and cheated him out of money along the way. Apparently, my ex figured out she had been lying about her condition. The disgust, pain, and disappointment hit me fairly hard, but somehow I had so heavily invested myself in helping her that I had emptied myself of any potential nerve-wracking reaction. I was numb. I went straight to all the wedding vendors and canceled before it was too late to get my money back. I defunded her wedding. No cake, no dress, and no veil. I sat down with George on a Friday afternoon and offered him all evidence and proof. He cried, but at the end admitted to feeling painfully relieved. Yes, he loved her, but he had felt pressured to get married. He confessed to many red flags. She always went to her medical appointments by herself and became irritated if he asked too many questions. She had shown him some test results that were incredibly well crafted, but now knowing what she had done, he thought the medical documents could be fake. He confirmed that the sneaky way, having his nurse ex-roommate run her name in the computer at where she claimed to be her doctor's office. It was logical on her part as back then, a fairly small town had only one oncologist. We also suspected that she may have been having a new affair as she spent more and more weekends with her all-girls church camping group. She claimed it was her sanctuary and helped her a lot. It may have been a front. George and I accepted the fact that we had been cheated, taken advantage of, and emotionally destroyed by the same person. I personally felt a loss of innocence. Now I understood why she wanted to keep her wedding thing almost a secret. It may have been possible that making it public may have blown her cover one way or the other. George and I decided to do what was right. I paid for a video tribute to my loyal friend and decided to send it to the local news as the heartwarming story of love and healing. It featured her and George's apartment compound on purpose so that everyone wanting to serve her court papers could find her. I did not want to see her and I made up excuses, but George had a hard time feigning happiness when she had returned from her camping trip. It was an agonizing week. The news weren't showing our positive note yet and we were sick with the waiting. It all blew up on Tuesday morning. The news channel enthusiastically showcased our story with a collage and lots of information about her and how she was about to get married and had almost already beaten cancer. Dozens of ill-spoken haters popped from out of nowhere. As it turns out, this had been her second illness story. I never knew someone so close to me could lead such a scummy double life. My ex went straight to the channel and was interviewed. Oh man, it was pathetic. He poured his heart out about how crazy in love he had been and how she had only used him. I think by then, he did not care if all our friends and families found out what he had done. George confronted her with all the information. She denied it, then said it was a lapse of bad judgment. She moved out without too much drama. It took George over a decade to forgive himself for allowing someone to make him look so stupid as a person and as a physician. She left me some voicemails with lots of excuses. I picked up the phone only once and told her I had defunded and pulverized her wedding and that it was me who told George what was going on. I used a leveled voice to tell her to never call me again unless she wanted to find out how far I would go to see her pay for her unlawful actions. I cried immediately after I hung up. It was so surreal. George and I slowly found normality, but it took some time. He dated a couple of girls here and there, but was not ready. I myself became shut down. She avoided jail, I don't know how, even when our mutual friends filed petty claims for all the money they invested buying her stuff while she carried on under false pretenses. Eventually, I used the wedding money to partner with George and we opened a small clinic. Best decision ever! Over the years, George and I became best friends and grew closer. We got married some years ago and are proud parents to a happy family. Fun fact, I got a Facebook message from her 7 years ago. She began very sweetly but then proceeded to blame me and accused her of stealing her man and her life. I blocked her. Fun fact 2, I ran into my ex in 2001. He apologized profusely. I accepted his apology and told him it all worked out as I now have a life with someone who truly deserves me. Back then, George and I had begun dating. Fun fact 3, Mindy avoided doing time for her deeds back then, but was prosecuted for setting up a crowdfunding for a fake cause and stealing from an elderly person. I guess sometimes it really can be the people you think are the most supportive, loyal, and closest people around you. When the truth was revealed, it was like a hole opened up in the bottom of the earth and you went straight down. Personally, I would not even be able to imagine the kind of feelings and the kind of thoughts you would get having this kind of truth revealed to you. Kudos to OP for the amount of courage and strength they took to get through all that. Damage my back and want me to say it was my fault? Say hi to OSHA. This is my dad's story of not only how he got revenge, but how he retired early with a huge chunk of money and revenge. Backstory. This story takes place in early 2001. When my mom and dad got married, he took a factory job just to pay the bills until he could find something better. 33 years later, this happened. My dad worked at a glass factory. They didn't make glass, they processed it. Etching for TV screens, tempering for windows, cutting specific orders. He was good at it. It was a talent for him. He received some awards. He still has his plaque from NASA because he cut the glass for the solar panels for the Hubble Space Telescope. Even a thank you award from a church in LA because he cut 15,000 pieces of glass, hand cut, for a stained glass window, and apparently they were impressed with the craftsmanship. He liked the job, but when the old man, as they referred to the owner, died, his kids took over and cut corners wherever possible. even to the point where they stopped giving free coffee in the break room. That cheap. So things went downhill. He never made it above group leader because the plant manager was non-union, even though they offered it to him each time one was fired, which was often after the old man died. Didn't make the quota? It's not because our equipment is outdated and doesn't work right, it's the plant manager's fault, etc. As group lead, he was in charge of 3 departments. Most of his job consisted of using a forklift to make sure each department didn't run out of glass, paperwork, and stepping in where needed. The day this happened, someone on the furnace crew called out. That's the crew that tempers the glass. So Dad stepped in. The job was simple for the most part. Use air-powered suction cups to lift a 100-pound sheet of glass, turn around and place it on a belt to go into the oven. Imagine the piece of glass as a pizza going into an oven. Same style as pizza shops use, just bigger and hotter, 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. Anyways, he got his feet wrapped around the hoses for the cups and fell 5 feet down onto his back on concrete. Now this is important. According to union and OSHA regulations, if there is an incident on the line, the whole line is shut down until an investigation is completed and it is cleared by the company's safety officer, who was and always was the union president. Now a breakdown of what happened next. The union president called for the line to be shut down, but the plant manager ordered him to take my dad's place over fears of what shutting it down would cost. Dad said the union president at the time had no backbone and was company suck-up, so he did as told. Mistake 1. Now, regulations say the person is left in place and an ambulance is called. The plant manager had a different idea. Calling an ambulance would mean they would have to shut the line down until the ambulance left. Their solution was to jam a piece of cardboard under him and drag him 20 feet to a side door. Mistake number 2. Again, HR wanted to call an ambulance, but the plant manager had another idea again. He had an employee pull a company van around to a side door and proceeded to load Dad into the back and basically dropped him off at the emergency room. Pulled up, told the intake nurse they had an emergency, and soon as they loaded him on a stretcher, they took off. Mistake number 3. So Dad was told he had a ruptured disc and had surgery to repair it. Doctor said it would take 6 to 12 months to recover and should make a mostly full recovery, but his days of lifting, pushing, or pulling anything over 50 pounds were over, so his factory days were done. Now, Dad was really mad, but he had known the people involved for over 20 years and is the forgiving type. Plus, my dad is slow to anger. If he gets angry, clear a path, but slow. He would fight you, but only as a last resort. Which even my uncles told me that when my dad was a teen, he didn't like to fight, but if he had to, he went full honey badger. So Dad told me that as long as the company didn't fight his workers' compensation claim and gave him a small settlement to live on until he could draw from his 401k, then he would be perfectly fine. To note, my dad lives a very frugal lifestyle. Why do I need a new car when my 10-year-old car runs just fine? Why do I need expensive clothes? I'm not dressing to impress. A $200 19-inch TV will suit me just as well as a 40-inch $600 TV. You get the drift. Except for his gun collection. All of those are expensive. The next day, the company lawyer shows up. Dad expected them to offer him around $50,000 on his workers' compensation claim. What he got was different. Basically, workers' comp, no settlement, and at the end, agree not to sue or report what happened to anyone outside the factory. In other words, a cover-up. What we didn't know at the time is the accident was never investigated or reported, except they told workers' compensation that it was, and was my dad's fault, but wouldn't fight his workers' compensation claim. I was, at the time, 24 and on emergency leave from the military. I have never seen my dad get that mad. He actually attempted to get out of bed. It got so bad they had to give him a sedative to keep him in bed. That's when he told me to call a lawyer. Those days, there weren't many personal or workplace injury lawyers, and they were picky. I called 3 who turned it down. The 4th asked for more details, and when I told them, he said he would be in my dad's hospital room in an hour. The lawyer asked my dad how he wanted it to go. My dad told him the equivalent of turning a city into a parking lot. That's how mad he was. Lawyer said he would make it happen, and did. This is the fallout. It took a while, but things went really bad. Plant manager fired. Criminal charges were filed, but my dad had them dropped. HR fired. Criminal charges were also fired, and dad also dropped them. Union president fired and barred from ever being a safety officer again, $25,000 in fines, and also banned by the union. The company got it worse. Apparently, OSHA descended on the factory like a pack of locusts. In the end, $6 million in fines, 60-day shutdown which cost them $2 million in contracts, and a 3-year ban on being awarded government contracts. Cost of that is around $3 to $5 million. Also, no one knew, but they were in talks to sell the factory, and that went away fast. In the end, they sold the factory for a fraction of its value to a company based out of Sweden who buys almost bankrupt American companies with less than 100 employees. The factory is still open. For my dad, 1 year guaranteed workers' compensation, a formal apology, a news interview, and, after lawyer fees, a very high 6-figure settlement. Remember though, Dad didn't want to sue or seek revenge. He just wanted to be compensated fairly. This was the first and last lawsuit my dad was ever a part of. Dad looked him up online a few years ago. The union president blew through his 401k and works retail. Both the HR and plant manager made bad investments with their 401ks, lost it all, and now spend their days on Facebook crying about their fixed incomes. All while my dad invested his money, watched his spending, and lives a very comfortable life. Best part? Dad estimated it would have only have cost them $60,000. $10,000 for the line being shut down for a day and $50,000 to him. In the end, it cost them over $10 million. These kids took over for what appeared to be a good original owner, and they were absolute cheapskates. And no surprise, with a bunch of cheapskates running the place, when a very serious accident went down, they continued trying to get away with paying next to nothing and just completely exploded everything that their father had built for them. Quite a shame when you realize how badly they ran that thing straight into the ground. Let's have a fun little theoretical. Let's say the accident happened to you and you wouldn't be able to lift or do a factory job anymore. And let's say they did offer you a settlement of $50,000 straight up, as well as workers' compensation. Knowing what they did with the cardboard, faking the investigation, would you accept the $50,000, or would you have gotten a lawyer and seen how far you could go with it? Let me know in the comments down below. Personally, I think I might have done the latter because, as stated, these owners were cheapskates and I probably wouldn't feel too bad about trying to pry something out of these entitled kids that took over this company. And our second and last story of the day is also by SpongeBob No Pants. Write me up for simple mistakes to get me fired? Prepare to get fired. Anyways, private security was my field up until a few years ago. When I say security, I don't mean mall cops, but high-end, armed, trained security. I spent a few years working a job in another city away from home, but the company went under, so I decided to move back home. I found a security job online. It was simple entry-level, basically sitting behind a computer. You were security for the building, but monitored security for other sites the company owned across 3 states. Like small repair places, factories, places where they stored vehicles, etc. So I submitted my resume. The next day a guy calls and sets up an interview. Awesome, because I needed to find work fast. Went to the interview, conducted by a woman I'll call Jane. She was the supervisor and the guy I talked to was her boss. Jane immediately told me I was way overqualified, which I found strange, but okay. Interview went fine and I left. A few hours later, she called and said I was hired and set up training days. Now, I won't go through that. Just wanted to give background, so let's get to the good parts. She always gave me a cold shoulder. Her boss found out I have all the qualifications, licensing, and training to be armed, so he had me come in armed. Nothing fancy, handgun, 3 magazines, and handcuffs. She would always make comments about how everyone should be armed. A few of my coworkers I wouldn't trust with a water gun. And she should decide who is armed. just little comments to get under my skin. Then one day, it happened. I was working the front desk/reception that day, and she sends me a message over Messenger telling me she needs to see me. I go back and she drags me to a side office with a write-up form. Apparently, when I added door access to visitor's badge, I added the door to the gym in the basement. A mistake, but not life-threatening. A week later, I didn't sign my timesheet. Another for not filling in a form correctly. All minor things everyone has done or did. The end came about 9 months into the job when I looked at the new timesheet. I was paired with a new officer who had been there a month, only he was listed as shift supervisor. Confused, I took it to her second in command. I'll call him Bob, a great guy. He told me that he brought it up, that I had the experience and seniority to be promoted, and she basically told him to freak off, it was her choice. Anyway, that got me mad. So I started planning my revenge. I don't normally do this, but I knew one more write-up I would be fired, no matter how minor the infraction was. Good thing is, during the night shift there are only 2 people, and we can't see each other's computers. So I started thinking. I remembered about 4 months prior her car broke down in the parking lot across the street. Instead of having it towed, Jane's father decided to fix it there. No big deal. Only during that time, Jane was bringing her husband back into the security office. This was a huge deal. The office took scanning at 3 doors and a keypad to enter. In the whole building, only the security staff and 1 cleaning guy had access. It was the HQ for the company, and not even the executives had access. From our computers, we could open any door, turn off any camera or alarm, and open any gate in any building that the company owned. So it was a big deal because we had the keys to the kingdom. That was a huge freaking violation, so I hatched my plan. Under the excuse of having a smoke, I went out to reception and copied the visitor log from those days. I then went back in and accessed the video feeds. You could go back a year for all video feeds and took screenshots of her husband entering the doors and office. The office itself had no camera, as well as with timestamps, him leaving, and the fact he never swiped in, which following someone into a door, even if they hold it open, you must scan your card. I logged onto my private email and sent it to another email knowing they don't log what you do on the computers. I got home and sent all the pics, the log copies, and everything to not only her boss, but his boss, whose job was investigating breaches and theft. I also included every dirty trick she pulled, playing favoritisms, etc. The fallout didn't take long. 2 days later, a Friday, I went in for afternoon shift and Bob was at Jane's workstation. I looked confused and they said Jane was suspended for a week and that Monday, I had to come in and speak with her boss and boss's boss, but I would be paid for it. Also, everyone was interviewed. It was great. Rumors were flying. I was laughing on the inside. Okay, interview day. I go in and they start questioning me. They knew I worked while she brought her husband in and asked me. I spilled everything after acting scared and getting assurances it would be confidential and I won't be punished. I didn't tell them I sent it, but they asked everyone. I left out some things in the email and added some things that weren't. I didn't want to be labeled as a snitch. It went on for an hour and I left. Next day, an email is waiting, Jane was fired, Bob was in charge until a replacement is added. I had a long talk with Bob that day. Turns out, Jane was scared of me because I was more qualified for her job than she was and knew I was her boss's golden boy. She was afraid, rightfully so it turned out, that I might take her job and admitted to him she wanted me gone. A fact he told them in his interview. Also that she didn't want to hire me, but her boss made her. Turns out her boss was aware of things and looking for an excuse to fire her, but it had to be big. Jane had been working at that department for 10 years. It was her first real job and security was all she knew. They blacklisted her, which means unless a company was really desperate, she wouldn't get a security job anywhere in the state. Icing on the cake. I know you want to know. Yes, I was offered her job. No, I didn't take it. I told them that Bob deserved it more. He did, and that I would be happy being a shift supervisor. So that's where I stayed for the next 2 years until I left. What I don't understand is why she brought her husband into the office. It's one thing to have them fix the car in the parking lot or whatever, but why break such severe security protocol in bringing them in the office? What's the point? She only had herself and her husband to blame for that screw up. Try to prank me? Good luck getting your camper back with a lot of cash. I think this qualifies as pro-revenge because it wasn't petty. This just happened, well, finalized yesterday. Anyone who follows me or read any of my posts knows something about my wife's best friend I'll call Karen. A harpy from heck. She makes everyone, even my wife sometimes, miserable. She also thinks she is smarter than everyone and just stuck up enough to believe no one would dare cross her. So, a friend of ours, I'll call Bill, bought a piece of property next door to us. He had a bad car accident in November and lives an hour away. He made me a legal agent of the property, which means I have almost as much power as he does. Think property manager. It has a small house on it that is unoccupied, but I keep an eye on things. He bought the property only because next to the house is a big asphalt parking lot. It used to be a lot for a small used car company. His reasoning was that during the bad winter months, he could park equipment and trucks from his other companies there. So he also had me put up huge, no parking, violators will be towed at owner's expense signs all around it. Moving on. So Sunday, I'm elbow deep into a RC submersible when my wife bursts into my study yelling for me to listen to something. I take the phone and who is doing a live video? Karen. Karen was talking about how she was going away for a few days. This was Sunday morning, because she was so stressed out from always giving people advice and helping them through their problems, etc. And then she mentioned, again, why my wife told me. She talked about how she parked her 46-foot fifth wheel $35,000 camper next door to me, and seeing the bill was unreachable this week, I would have to look at it for the next 3 days as a reminder that she is not only smarter, but 10 moves ahead of me, and I'm a tick because I wouldn't loan her a truck and it cost her money to rent one. Turns out she told her husband, who was gone during the week for work, that she had Bill's permission to put it there. So early Sunday morning, he towed it over there. I was pissed. She has a tendency to lie, so I went outside, and there it was. Parked right there in the middle of the lot was her camper. I actually smiled because I had a perfect plan. As being a manager of the property, I also had a right to have any vehicle towed off there, including that one. I had two options. Call Garage A, owned by nice guy, doesn't charge the state maximum for the tow and storage fees. Explain what happened and he might cut you a break. Then there is Garage B. He doesn't care if he has to tow your car 15 feet, he is charging you the max and always charges the maximum storage fees. So you're darn right I went with Garage B. Called the guy, gave him my name, told him I managed the property and bring a fifth wheel. He had it gone in less than half an hour. This is the best part yet, my friends. I didn't tell her it was towed until yesterday morning. Yes, I waited from Sunday afternoon till Tuesday morning. Yesterday morning, she is on Facebook Live streaming from her car talking about how she was going to go visit her camper for another laugh. Then I got on live, my wife sent her a message to get on my live stream like, now, and post the link to my page. When she was viewing, I said this. Hey Karen, hope you had a wonderful time. I have to tell you something. I had your camper towed. With me being the property's manager and Bill being unavailable, I had to have it towed. We can't let people think they can just park on there illegally. XYZ Tow has the camper. I was going to call you Sunday, but you seemed so stressed out that I thought you deserved a break. I mean, the camper is safe, that's all that matters, right? Well, Facebook lit up like a Christmas tree. As I had hoped, those watching her stream followed because, well, they were curious too. And then the messages started. A few condemned me, but most were supportive. Some thought it was about time someone showed her that she wasn't all-powerful and no one was scared of her. Then it went quiet. Now, a normal person might be pissed, but understandably, she went the wounded Karen route. That afternoon, she got back on again. She was crying, fake crying, about how it was going to cost her over $2,000 in fees because her husband wouldn't be back till Friday to tow it back, and could someone please do it for her? A bonus I was hoping would happen, and that if she started a GoFundMe page, would people donate to help her pay the fees? The answers to that were between no and freak no, but hey, she didn't threaten to sue me at least, right? Side note, Bill is unavailable this week, except to certain people, which I am a part of. I called him and told him the whole story. His answer was exactly, good. You want to play games? Then be prepared to lose. The camper's still there. No one volunteered to get it, but she tried to play it off as it would be helping her and she owed so much in fees and that she would owe them a favor. A favor no one could collect on because she has nothing to bargain with. Do any of you guys know anybody that uses Facebook Live like this? Let me know in the comments down below because it sounds so peculiar. Like, I know Facebook Live is a thing, but it sounds like they're streaming practically nothing and talking about their own personal stuff. Yet people still show up. And it's not like somebody that has like a big following or anything, it's just a random Karen on Facebook. I'd like to hear more about this kind of stuff. Our next story is by Artilleryman08, Incompetent manager fires the wrong guy. After I came back from Kosovo with the US Army, I got lucky once and landed a really great job. I was contracted to work as a liaison in several parts of the world. Our team would basically go somewhere, figure out what needed done, and then make it happen. For example, my first assignment was back to Kosovo, and several towns needed various construction projects. Think like a bridge over a creek, a town community center, a waste treatment plant, etc. We coordinated with the Army, NATO, the EU, dozens of contractors, and would get the jobs done. We would secure funding, then hire contractors, and in some places we were involved in hiring workers as a means of stimulating the local economy. The first team I worked with was amazing. We were able to get so much accomplished and genuinely enjoyed working together. We also had to figure out how to do everything. Our instructions were: 1. Go to insert place, 2. Find out what needs done, 3. Get it done. Somehow we figured it out. Sometimes it was happy accidents. We made $1 million deal because we accidentally ran into the guy we needed to contact for funding in a random bar. We had been trying to find him for days, found him in a bar at lunch. Sometimes we worked long days, as much as 20 hours, sometimes on weekends. Sometimes we had very little to do. In our off time, we explored the areas, went to bars and restaurants. It was honestly one of the best jobs ever. Anyway, eventually our contracts run out, and I was the only one who was signed on for another year. My teammates had families and I was single at the time. When I met the new team, I knew almost instantly that this was going to suck. A team consisted of 4 people, a manager, and 3 liaisons. The 2 other liaisons were among the 2 unhappiest people I've ever met, and I could never figure out why. Those guys griped and complained about everything. We all got great pay. Often, it was tax exempt. We were generally safe. We usually had fairly comfortable lodging where we went, but they were never happy. You could shower those guys in the most beautiful escorts in the world, and they would call you cheap because you got them used hookers. One of the places we went, we were easily living in the nicest hotel in the city, with probably the best suites they offered. But the shower doesn't get hot enough, and I have to filter water to drink it. We were on the only floor in the building where the suites had their own showers or running water. Even worse than those 2 guys was our manager. Whoever taught this guy about leadership should be flogged. He supposedly learned from being an officer in the US Army and also from his business degree at UCLA. But somewhere along the lines, he missed all the lessons about teamwork, management, and literally anything related to managing a team. When we met, I told him that I would be happy to help him start building a relationship with all our contracts and make his transition for the new team as seamless as possible. His response? I'm in charge of this team. We are going to change some things to start doing it right. Okay. He also decided to lay down the law, again reasserting that he was the boss. Also, the new rules were no consumption or possession of alcohol, no leaving the lodging or workplace in off-duty hours. We worked from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. local time Monday through Friday. Basically, on our off-duty hours, we stayed in our rooms or within whatever facility we were lodged in. You're not here to be on vacation, you're here to get your jobs done. We were back in southeastern Europe at the time, and I had a lady friend in town. No way in heck am I staying in my room and twiddling my thumbs. I told him right away that there was no chance that I was going to comply with his commandments, that company policy was clear that as long as there was no imminent safety risk, that we were free to do as we wished in our free time. To claim as safety required that he prove his measures were necessary, I said, "This is not the military, you do not own all my time." So yeah, off to a real great start. It was less than 2 weeks before it came to a head. We had gotten nothing done. Nothing. The manager refused to use the contacts I had acquired over the last year, instead preferring to go through official channels. So I started just doing stuff myself. I made the calls, I got the funding, hired contractors, etc. And went and saw my lady friend after hours. He had this really funny thing he did where he would yell at me for going behind his back, but then put his name on my tickets and pass the work off as his own. I got sick of this, along with the crybaby brothers not doing anything. A shouting match ensued. I pointed out his glaring incompetence. He was mad that I didn't follow orders like a soldier. In the end, he got me fired. I tried to fight it, but apparently he was buddies with someone high up in the company. I had the last laugh though. Just before I turned in my laptop and cell phone, I went through and deleted everything. Some of the files that I couldn't get in trouble for keeping, I saved to my own computer, but the rest were gone. This was all of my contacts, all of my notes, how to get money, where to get contractors, private numbers for hundreds of people. In the hands of even a moderately competent person, this was a goldmine of information. All gone. I spent a while just kind of floating around before eventually going home. Apparently, as soon as I was gone, the old manager opened up my laptop and went to go through all my files and was enraged that it was all gone. The whole team was eventually disbanded when after another 2 months, they were still floundering, unable to accomplish anything. Yeah, so if you have a team assembled to do a specific task and they are excelling at that task, then you probably wouldn't want to break them up. If you have to, then maybe you would want to put a little bit more stock into the guy that was left over from that group that was doing well to figure out what you need to continue to do. The mentality of a new manager coming in and saying, okay, well we've got to change some things up to get this place running better, only works if the place was running bad to begin with. I would think otherwise you almost always stand to just completely mess things up. Our next story is by BlueSav23. Okay, I will leave today. Yesterday, I received a job offer for a company I have been applying to for over a year. It's a $3 raise with an opportunity to make $30 an hour after some time. Well, they are on a crunch for time, so I was only able to give a 1-week notice to my current employer. I already have a vacation day off during that week, so altogether, 3 days off of a 2-week notice. Received an email from my current boss letting me know if I don't reconsider and change it to the 2 weeks, I will not be hireable back at the company, as well as not be given a good recommendation. So I emailed back, okay, I'll leave now. I got to collect my things and give all of my wonderful coworkers hugs and well wishes. They all agreed with me leaving. So I now have a free week to hang out with my dogs and my boyfriend before I start a new job. Don't threaten me. Now the 1-week notice turned into a 1-day notice. One of the rare instances that at-will employment is to the benefit of the employee. You have the courtesy of giving them a 1-week notice, which is all you can give given the circumstances, as solely a courtesy to them so they can work on replacing you, and they start giving you crap for it, saying, oh, we're gonna do this and that, and you can just basically leave if you don't give us 2 weeks. Okay, at-will employment, you're gonna treat me like crap when I try to do a courtesy for you? See ya. And our final story of the day is by Dane. Couldn't find the salt. Won't have that problem again. It happens quite frequently that I'll be cooking something and reach for the salt, only to find it's not there. By frequently, I would say 4 to 5 times a week, I have to go searching. It's not too hard since I know it will be in one of just a couple of places. Either my husband's desk or the end table where he sits in the living room. Sometimes it'll even be out on the patio if he had a snack or something out there. I've asked many times for him to please not do this. I've asked nicely, I've asked meanly, I've yelled about it, and I even cried about it once when I went for the big container and ended up oversalting my food. Still, he persists. So I decided I would just buy another one or two, and then he can keep one at each spot, and I'll still have one in the kitchen. But when I go shop, I find I can either buy a pair of shakers for $10 or a dozen of them for $14. Guess which one I went with? So a couple days later, I'm in the kitchen and he comes in to get the salt and finds 10 salt shakers all lined up where there used to be just one. I couldn't get the lids off 2 of them. He yelled that it was absolutely absurd that anyone would have that many salt shakers in the house. Then we both busted up laughing for a good couple of minutes and he kissed me and thanked me for getting them. Pick for proof. I don't think it's a bad strategy. The only thing that I would have liked to have seen that would have made it a little bit better is every time it went missing you replaced it with a new one, instead of having just 10 sitting out right there, so that every time he takes one and goes off to some other location, another one just pops up out of nowhere, and then soon he gets confused why there's 10 salt shakers just popping up all over the house. But I bet your problem will be solved after a while and it would be pretty funny. Fire my boss unethically? Enjoy paying for my unemployment benefits. This took place more than a decade ago. I started working for a small branch of a company and got along really well with my boss, the branch manager, and used to compare him to Michael Scott, not to his face. I would have been Jim Halpert in this scenario. After working there for a while, my boss was approached with an awesome offer to go manage a bigger branch a few hours away. This was because the owner wanted to place his son as the branch manager of a small location and needed to vacate a position to do so. My boss graciously turned down the offer. His kids had just started at their new schools and didn't want to uproot them again. He'd relocated to take this current position. This was not taken well by our corporate office, but they couldn't fire him for it, not directly. A few weeks later, I saw our office manager, a lady nobody in the office liked, in my boss's office filing paperwork, or so it seemed, which was odd but not alarming. The next week, my boss was going to be on vacation, and all the office staff had to attend a meeting for non-salaried employees at the corporate headquarters. While we were at the corporate thing, our office manager handed out new office keys to all of us, 3 that were there. My boss was on vacation and salaried. I asked, why are we getting new keys? And she said it was because someone lost theirs. None of us had lost our keys. We were all sitting together and could easily confirm this. So I texted my boss to ask him and he had no clue what she was up to. I got a bad feeling about what was happening. I called him after the meeting and told him to come by my house Sunday when he got back from out of town. I explained that I was 95% certain they were planning to fire him Monday. I didn't know what reason, I just had a gut feeling. I said it was too bad because if he was fired, I wouldn't want to work there anymore knowing that they would do shady stuff like that. He jokingly said that he should fire me first so I could go on unemployment. I laughed and told him that he should write me a termination notice, and then if he doesn't get fired on Monday, it would just be between us. But if he does get fired, I could take it to the unemployment office and have proof that I was fired for something that would make me eligible for benefits. So we did, and he was fired Monday for misfiling paperwork of some sort, and I definitely did not go back to work. They tried calling me in, and I told them that my boss had fired me already. I took the proof with me to the unemployment office and was good to go, until they, former employer, disputed my claim. I had a hearing on the phone with the unemployment office and my corporate HR person. The HR person said, he wasn't fired, the paperwork he submitted with his claim isn't the right paperwork. It should have come from HR, not his manager. Unemployment said, why did he leave? HR said, he was fired. Unemployment said, why was he fired? Getting exasperated. HR mumbles, for doing paperwork incorrectly. Unemployment said, well, that is hardly the fault of the terminated employee. How is he to know that the paperwork is invalid that is coming from their supervisor? They told my HR that they could rehire me or not, but my claim was valid. They couldn't rehire me because they'd already filled the position. So I got to collect unemployment for a while before moving on to my next job. My former boss is doing well now it seems, and I don't feel bad at all. For the record, it is very likely that they would have invented a way of firing me after they got rid of my boss. Had they done that, they would have made certain that my termination was such that I wouldn't be eligible for unemployment. I took that power away from them by getting fired preemptively. I am also positive that when I saw the office manager in his office while he was away, she was arranging the setup for him to be fired. That is shockingly shady, but unfortunately, I bet a lot of this stuff does happen in the industries. Nepotism is just always a real thing in a lot of places. If this was you, and let's say the preemptive firing thing didn't go down, and you saw your boss get fired so shadily like this, would you consider quitting just because you know how shady these people are and they're showing their true colors? Let me know in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Just Wait It Gets Better. Fairly aggressive girlfriend stole from my bank account, so I sent her academic career into a nosedive. I'm a senior at a large state university. This happened in the first semester of my freshman year. I was selected for an honors type program that placed me in a co-ed dorm building with every other student in the program. As a dumb freshman, I rushed into a relationship with a freshman girl who lived right above me. We'll call her Megan. It was convenient for me to date someone who lived so close, but everyone else in our building hated Megan because she talked a lot and almost exclusively about herself. She bragged often about being a fairly aggressive person, but somehow I overlooked that mile-wide red flag. Right after Thanksgiving break, at the end of an evening class, I got a call from my mom, who noticed some unusual activity on my checking account. Back then I had no credit card, so this account/debit card was my only access to my savings while I lived on campus. I rarely needed to buy anything during the semester, so I was puzzled to find that $104.29 had left my bank account over 2 weeks, in the form of 6 Grubhub food orders. At this point, I trusted Megan, but I decided to ask her about the money right away. She denied any involvement and suggested that I cancel my debit card. After a really long phone call to the bank, I did just that. Next, I reached out to Grubhub customer service on Twitter. Hey, my card was stolen and used for food orders on these dates. Can I have the receipts? They sent me the first and last receipts, but they had to redact the personal info of the account holder. I say redact in quotes because they just used the Snapchat draw tool and Megan's name was still clearly visible on both receipts. What's more, the most recent receipt was only 2 hours old. She was probably still eating when I chopped up my debit card. It's worth noting that she and I both had unlimited dining plans, paid for by our respective parents, and we lived 500 feet from the nearest dining hall. She didn't need to order food, and she definitely didn't need my money to do it. So I texted her again. I have the receipts from Grubhub. Are you sure you didn't make those orders? Her reply, freak you for suspecting me. Fairly aggressive, wouldn't you say? I hatched a plan to collect security camera footage of her picking up the order from that evening. However, by midnight, Megan arrived at my door in tears and confessed to everything, plus she admitted to being a serial shoplifter. Exhausted, I sent her away and decided to deal with everything in the morning. By the next day, everyone in our building seemed to know what was going down. Probably because Megan had already begun broadcasting her version of the story. I sent Megan a breakup text and decided that $104.29 was a loss. At least I escaped unscathed, right? Well, less than 2 days later, she entered my room when I wasn't looking. I was sitting at my desk when I noticed her standing silently behind me. Give me my stuff. Where's my stuff? What stuff? You know. I did not know. She tore through the room looking for something that she refused to identify. Just as quick as she came, she was gone and I locked the door because obviously this wasn't over yet. Within a minute, she was back. She stood outside my door, knocking and demanding I let her back inside. The knocking quickly got more violent. She started shouting, "I know you're freaking in there," and "Open the mother freaking door." Mind that we lived in this building with students in our program who all know each other and all of them could hear her. Pretty quickly, Megan was rattling the handle of my door. Next, she began throwing herself at it, shoulder first, trying to break it down. I lived next door to my RA, but judging by the lack of any intervention, he was elsewhere. So I whipped out my phone and texted him to send backup. Meanwhile, I saw my heavy wooden door bending and buckling. I even heard it crack a bit. My RA was on duty in another building, so he sent 3 of his colleagues to de-escalate the situation. They brought Megan downstairs, where she revealed that the stuff she wanted was just the t-shirt and keychain that she gave me for my birthday. Whatever, I let her have those. I still just wanted this to be over. However, once I shared my story with the resident life staff, they filed university paperwork to place a no-contact order between me and Megan. They also recommended I contact the campus police, who then told me I should get my stolen money back in small claims court. I couldn't even get there without a car or money to pay for an Uber. Sorry, Judge Judy. At the request of campus police, I also contacted the Title IX office at my school, sending them the story of everything you've read so far. They were interested, to say the least, although I didn't want any trouble. I just wanted a clean breakup and a fresh start, but a Title IX representative informed me that they were bringing 3 misconduct charges against Megan: theft, threatening and violent behavior, and inciting an intervention by university staff. The representative asked me to serve as a witness in Megan's disciplinary hearing the next semester. I tentatively agreed right before the representative set the hearing date for February 14th. Valentine's Day. I thought it was a joke, but they really did that. When the day of the hearing finally arrived, the no-contact order was still in effect, but a few of my friends had kept tabs on Megan. For starters, she failed all of her classes in the fall. Someone in my math course confessed that Megan had tried to sleep with him while she was dating me, and he had to repeatedly tell her no. Even worse, Megan kept telling me a twisted version of the whole story to try and turn my friends against me. So when I found out that she had found a new boyfriend, it felt good to know that the V-Day disciplinary hearing ruined whatever evening plans they might have made. I arrived alone at the disciplinary board office, unsure of what to expect. The board consisted of grad students and the hearing was expected to run into the night. Unlike me, Megan did not come alone. She brought both of her parents as character witnesses. That wasn't even a thing here. This wasn't a real courtroom, as you'll soon see. And that's not all. Megan's parents also paid a lawyer to defend her against the charges. The board knew that was unnecessary, but Megan's parents believed so strongly in their daughter's innocence that they had already paid this 3-piece suit to make her case. In the name of fairness, the board members offered me pro bono legal representation, a junior economics major who we'll call Jimmy. Jimmy had already read my account of the events from the fall, and thanks to my screenshots of Grubhub receipts, he said there was an okay shot of the charges sticking. Then I told him something I'd kept secret for months. When Megan tried to break down my door and I whipped out my phone to text my RA, I also filmed the whole thing. Jimmy couldn't get enough of the video. There was Megan kicking and screaming and clearly trying to break into my dorm room. It was all the evidence I needed, and no one saw it coming. In the hearing, when the time came for me to make the case against Megan, Jimmy played the video on a big screen in front of everyone. The room went insane. In that instant, I realized that Megan really had convinced everyone I was the liar. In her version of the story, I gave her permission to buy food using my account. She told her parents that she'd asked me politely for her belongings, which I'd rudely hidden from her in my dorm room. In Megan's story, I was the sociopath trying to ruin her reputation. Before I unveiled the video, it was her word against mine. I still didn't want revenge, even after finding out that Megan tried to cheat on me. But when I saw her parents flipping out at the video, "Why didn't you tell us you did this?" and her lawyer raising heck, "This evidence was not provided in pre-trial disclosure," and a board member standing over him, "Sir, this is not a court of law, please return to your seat," and him shouting, "Objection," and her replying, "We don't have objections, this isn't a court of law," and Jimmy, my new best friend, just trying not to laugh out loud. That's when I realized how good revenge can feel when it's fair and deserved. The board found Megan responsible on all 3 charges. My side of the bench recommended the university terminate her housing contract and force her to pay restitution. Her side recommended only restitution and a reprimand. The board compromised. Her family paid back most of the money she stole, most because 2 of the 6 orders had the same price, and the lawyer convinced the board I had duplicated an order, and Megan was forced to move into a different dorm building. This probably would have helped her anyway because every student in our program's building knew everything she'd done and lied about. They wouldn't speak to her and nobody wanted to be her roommate. By the time she had to move buildings, she'd already failed all of her courses again. Having paid for her tuition, her unused dining plan, her lawyer, and her restitution, Megan's parents finally pulled her out of school. Where are they now? Last I heard, Megan returned as a part-time student, but I never saw her again because the no-contact order still stands. I'm now Facebook friends with the guy Megan tried to seduce. Oh, and Jimmy and I connected on LinkedIn. As for me, well, I no longer date fairly aggressive people. Mamma mia. I love how at the end it was taken so seriously by Megan's side, and because this whole thing turned into some kind of weird makeshift proper courtroom hearing, when they started talking about the evidence they had, like the video OP had recorded, I was like, well, in normal court you have to have the pre-disclosure with the evidence, so it's kind of obvious that this not being a proper court of law will factor into being able to present evidence whenever, and also, I don't think using parents as a character witness would be able to stand up very well in the court of law, but I'm no lawyer, but it just seems like an easy thing to assume for me. Trick me out of my laptop, you'll give me your car. 13 years ago, I was in my late teens, living on my own and really struggling to live financially. One of the few possessions I had was an old laptop. My laptop had stopped working properly, and while I'm fairly proficient in using a computer, I had no idea about fixing them. I did a bit of searching on the internet but couldn't get it working, so I asked my stepdad to take a look. He has a quick look and says it's screwed, but he'll take it off my hands if I don't want it, so I said sure. If it's broken, then it's no good to me. 10 minutes later, I walk in the room and he's using it. I ask if he fixed it and he says, "Yeah, thanks for the laptop." I was obviously pissed. My mom says she wasn't getting involved, and his only response was that he did a quick internet search to find the fix, and I could have done the same. I was broke, and he took one of my only possessions even though he had a PC and a laptop already. A few months later, I was visiting my mom and stepdad when I had an idea. While I am useless with computers, I'm very competent with mechanics. Specifically Audis, and my stepdad has a 2001 Audi A3. Before coming in the house, I went under his car and unplugged the oil level sensor and a vac line for the turbo. Later on that day, he went to go to the shop or something. When he started the car, it threw up oil warning lights on the dash and wouldn't boost, so he turned it off and had a look of concern on his face. I went out to ask what's up, and he said that something's gone majorly wrong. He says something along the lines of catastrophic turbo failure or engine failure. He's already spent quite a bit on repairs and didn't want to spend any more money on it, so he spoke to my mom about just cutting his losses and scrapping it. I asked how much it's worth at the scrapyard and he says 100 pounds, so I ever so graciously offer 120 pounds to take it off his hands to maybe part it out, which he accepts. He signed over the logbook, title, and wrote me a receipt of purchase and handed the keys over. I walked outside, lifted the bonnet, pretended to look at my phone for a minute, went under the car and plugged the vac line and oil sensor back in, fired it straight up and drove around the block. When I got back, I gave him the thumbs up and said it's all fine now. His mouth was wide open and he was mega pissed, and my reply was, "You could have found the solution too with a quick internet search." He tried arguing that it wasn't fair and if it was working then I can't just take his car, but I just said he didn't have a problem tricking me out of my laptop and that he's already signed the car over to me, so tough luck. My mom kind of laughed and said she's not getting involved and that it was his own fault. I still have the car to its day and it's practically in showroom condition and runs sweet. So let me ask you guys, you know in the story very clearly that the stepdad took their laptop and completely scammed them out of it. It's pretty blatant that they did that. Knowing that they did this, is doing the same thing to their car fair? Or do you think OP should have given the car back considering it's a car versus an old laptop? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Our next story is by Merc35802. Senior manager gets me fired. I turn things around and get her job and salary, plus see her break down and then let her know exactly how I got my revenge. I was hired by a company as an assistant manager, a job I was well qualified for. The owner is rarely on site as he owns several businesses. The company is run by a GM who hired me but who works mostly second shift and who I therefore would have little daily contact with since I was hired for first shift. I was assigned to Eva for training. Eva was a manager and had been with the company 5 years. I trained with her for a few days and then I was on my own, though she and I had overlapping shifts and would see each other a few days a week. We were friendly but not close. After a few months, I was doing well at my job and had even gotten some new procedures adopted to help boost sales. Eva began to act resentful. She would correct me for small things and took any opportunity to remind me that she had trained me. It didn't matter to me, she wasn't my boss, I reported to the GM. So I mostly just ignored her. What I didn't know was that Eva was not just tight with the GM, but they had worked together at another place for 10 years before this one. One day at shift's end, GM asks to talk, tells me it's not working out, says I'm still making mistakes at 6 months that I shouldn't be. I ask for examples. A few of them were petty matters Eva had mentioned, but most of them were just not true. I tried to argue, but it was clear that I was set up. I decided to reach out to the owner since I had nothing to lose. He was sympathetic but said he relies on GM to run the business and had to support her decision. Then he mentioned that if things hadn't been so bad between me and Eva, it probably could have worked out. That's when I knew she was behind me being fired from a job I needed, really liked, and was making great money, and I vowed to get revenge. I started searching her online info. In less than an hour, I had uncovered gold thanks to one of those pay services. About 3 months prior, Eva was arrested and charged with a WDI in a neighboring state. The court records showed she had a hearing coming up in a few weeks. That was enough to get her fired. It affects a professional license she and I had to have as management. Per state law, license holders must report criminal charges to the licensing board, and in the case of a DWI arrest, licenses are typically suspended pending trial. I called the owner and told him what I had discovered. It was news to him. I guess since it was out of state, Eva was keeping it secret. Maybe she was hoping to get let off the charges. The next day, the owner called and said Eva was fired. He thanked me for telling him about her DWI, apologized for how I was fired, and offered me Eva's position and salary. He asked me to come in the next morning to meet with him and to cover Eva's shift. I accepted. That alone was sweetly satisfying revenge, but what happened next was the icing on the cake. I got to work extra early, met with the owner and GM, and we all agreed to start fresh. Cool. It was still an hour before opening and I was in the back of the place when I heard the front door chime. When I came out a few minutes later, Eva was there, tears flowing, begging the owner for her job back. She obviously didn't know I was there because when she saw me, her whole body seized and her shocked expression was priceless. I walked right by her, staring her down with a crappy grin, and went outside. Eva came out a minute later and wouldn't make eye contact. As she walked away, I said, "Good luck on the 23rd. That was her court date. At least in the situation, it seems most of the drama is gone considering Eva is gone, but the general manager is still there, so hopefully no extra drama comes from that down the line. That's the main thing to be concerned about, I think. Best of luck to OP, but congratulations on the job. And our final story of the day is by Judas697734. HOA yells at me for training guide dog and grilling, then loses position on board. To start the story, some background you need to know about me. I volunteer to train and raise service dogs. My fiance says clearly I have a look that says I am weak and a pushover. I have constant encounters with Karens who are just not ready for my responses when they engage me. I have been in the military for 17 years when this happened, and I was responsible for managing over 130 service members. I am anything but a pushover. I work with civilians, so I have cultivated a polite exterior because I was counseled for looking unapproachable and scary to civilian counterparts. The story is, as I said, I raise service animals. So, I fall under the ADA when it comes to regulations on where and what I can do with my puppy. We'll call him O. O is an amazingly behaved black lab of 6 months. I have cultivated a level of trust and obedience where I can leave him in a sit with other dogs around so long as I am in eyesight and he will stay. I have raised a few pups by then and I would never have done that with them, but O is amazing and I can't wait to get him back after his tour of duty helping Mrs. C be independent. I meet the HOA Karen one Saturday. Me and my fiance and O were going to head on a road trip to visit my fiance's parents. In our preparation, the last on the list is always getting the kids to use the bathroom before a long trip. So we head out, O gets busy, and I grab a bag to clean it up. I put him in a sit-stay and hand the leash to my girl, and I start walking to the trash can. It's about 100 feet from where he went. I have clear line of sight to the dog and he is sitting pretty and alert and watching me intently for a hand cue or voice command. As I am walking, I hear a womanly screech. I don't quite make it out, but it sounds angry. I ignore it and keep walking to the dumpster to deposit my waste bag and turn around to head back to my 2 favorite people. It is then I make eye contact with the HOA Karen from here on out. She is your typical Karen, not an inch over 5 feet, and has the same circumference. The short chopped hair that says, "I'm the manager now." She looks me in the eyes and I finally listen to her shrill scream of, "Your dog must be on a leash and in your hand. My county state law says so, I will call the cops." No, I don't do ignorant, and respect given is respect earned. I was willing to try and de-escalate. My fiance owns the condo and is super non-confrontational. So for her, I try to bring it back down to civil levels of discussion. In a polite but firm voice, I asked if she even looked over at the dog before she started yelling at me. She just bellows like a banshee again. I repeat. This back and forth happens 3 or 4 times, me calm, her escalating in pitch and volume. At this point, she hasn't given respect, so none is required to be given back. I break out my "you done freaked up" NCO to junior voice. It is loud, firm, and clearly states I'm done with your BS, lady. I clearly tell her if she would have taken 2 seconds to look, she would see the dog is sitting on a leash in someone's hands. She stops bellowing at me, looks and turns a bit red in the face, then musters, "You could just say thank you," which I curtly reply, "Shut the freak up and get out of my face." She waddled quickly off, tail tucked into the condo door. My next meeting with her was when I was grilling. The HOA states no charcoal grills and no smoking/barbecue. I was born in the north, but as a military brat moved to the south since I was 2. There is a difference between barbecuing and grilling. Barbecue is 12+ hours with coals of hardwood or wood smoking. Grilling is cooking meat on a grill instead of the stove. The HOA put out a reminder, no barbecuing on the premises and no coals. So I was like, awesome, got a small propane grill, it's not barbecue, but it's better than nothing. So I was out grilling and I hear the banshee cry, all too familiar now. Again, she didn't come up to me and talk, she just started screaming. So I looked her right in the eye and with the same firm voice, "Shut the freak up and go away. If you say one more word, I'll be calling the cops for harassment by an HOA member." She sputtered something about no grilling or open flames and I told her freak off, show me in writing and by someone other than her. She waddled off and then I was approached by the HOA president with the HOA bylaws and sat to read them. During which my fiance started a conversation with them about another issue we were having with them. She was in the middle of having the state attorney's office ask some questions about activities they were trying to force her into paying for. It wasn't going well for the HOA, and she took this opportunity to introduce herself. While she may be non-confrontational when it comes to small things, she will stand up for herself when it comes to it. Her introducing herself changed everyone's tones and they became oh so polite. Karen tried to play the victim to her and say I was mean and could use some manners when engaging with people. I love my soon-to-be wife. She let her paint her tale how she was a victim. When she finished, she looked her dead in the eyes and said, "You know I was the one holding the leash and I was standing right here when he was grilling. So no, you got the same respect you gave." Karen paled and faded to the back. That's when the president of the HOA stepped in and told me I can't have the grill and that I can be fined, and I needed to follow the rules of the HOA or the next time he'll be the one calling the cops. Well, Prez, roger that. It is my job to enforce regulations in the military. I spend hours reading instructions. Nothing pleases me more than when I can shove the black and white in a a-hole's face at work to get my guys what they are owed or to force them to do the job right. So you want me to follow the rules? Copy that, buddy. So I began my research. I found a few interesting things. 1. No HOA by law can be enforced if it is not in the state's database. 2. This particular HOA's bylaws were last updated 1994. It was 2016. 3. They state they follow my county's fire code, which follows NFPA. 4. Finally, the gem, the exact latitude and longitude coordinates of the HOA's property lines. So I get a login for the state's database and print the HOA's bylaws. I print the NFPA, which states in a multifamily home, you can store propane tanks no bigger than 2.7 liters, but they can total no more than 5.4 liters cumulatively. I go to Lowe's, get a rope tape measure and stakes. I pull up Google Maps and mark the HOA boundary line on it. Lo and behold, what do I find? A drainage ditch that is city property not 10 feet from where I was grilling. So I take my coordinates, my stakes, and go carefully mark off the section of city property. Now for the revenge. I call the city/county fire departments and request a permit to grill on said city property. They said, go for it, I didn't need a permit for it, no one would care. I insisted and they said it's my $50. They issued an event open flame. So with both permits, it was $100, but I got permission from the city to grill there for 6 months. The next day at 0700, I went to set up. I carefully measured so I was at least 3 feet into the city property. Set up my cooler with enough meat and beer to grill till doomsday, then waited for the fireworks. It didn't take long for Karen to come screaming at me. I mean, I was 10 feet from the community pool and 3 feet from the sidewalk gazebo that led to the pool. I just hit record on my phone and politely told her she has no need to yell and I am breaking no laws. She kept screaming about no grilling and how she is tired of me and how she's going to get me arrested and kicked out if it's the last thing she does. She hasn't liked me since she saw me and has just been waiting to get me kicked out. That now that she knows which condo is mine, it's just a matter of time till she finds something. On and on. I guess me being polite and showing zero fear was pissing her off. She tried to come take my stuff. Big no-no. As she reached for my cooler, I broke out my NCO voice and told her if she so much as brush a finger against my property, I would remove the offending body part with force if necessary. This sent her scurrying off again. About 20 minutes later, I see 2 cop cars pull up and Mr. HOA Prez himself. He is all chummy with the cops and as they approach, I hear him say, "Yep, same guy. I already told him once before he can't grill on HOA grounds." He comes to a stop about 10 feet from me. One cop stays with him, the other keeps walking up to me. I have a poop-eating grin on my face. I can't hardly wait for the conversation to happen. The cop is slightly off-put by my joyous face and slight giggle when I ask, "What seems to be the problem, officer?" I get informed that I am in violation of the bylaws and have been warned once already, and I am going to receive a ticket for disturbing the peace for threatening the HOA when they were trying to enforce the rules. Ticket for an illegal open flame, ticket for illegal storage of flammable substances, on and on. The last was if I didn't pack up, I would be arrested and removed. Now that he was done, I first handed him my permit from the city to grill. He took it, walked back to the Prez, and they discussed it for a moment, then returned. Says you can't get a permit from the city to grill on private property. I then showed him the coordinates for the HOA and the Google Maps gridded drawing and my current GPS location. Mind you, I am smiling, handing sheet after sheet to him because the grid was not all on one sheet and had addendums. Took about 4 minutes to explain it to him. As I was about to hand him more, he held up a hand to stop me. He then asks how long I had planned this with a smirk. I told him, oh, about a week. He gave me a look of disbelief but moved on. He then asked me if I threatened Karen. I just played back the recording to him. At the end, he said, nothing seems out of place here. You are free to go. I stopped him and asked if I could file a complaint for HOA harassment through him. He said no, that the city clerk office is the correct place, but he would document harassment by the two of them and file the report for me. In my state, it's illegal to be harassed by the HOA. It comes with jail of a few months, fines as high as $5,000, and immediate removal from the board and the possibility of recovery of damages. I settled for them both being removed from the board instead of filing a complaint. I waved to Karen every day I grill or showed her my leash if I had O. I just love the buildup for the HOA people in this story. It gets to a point where they think they have an absolute slam dunk trying to catch OP grilling when they told them no, you can't do that, thinking that they're gonna get fined and a ticket and whatnot, and then watching as their entire plan just crumbles and they get booted off the board and everything thrown right back into their faces. I'll make you look stupid to your boss. Quarantine has given me a lot of time to read this sub. I figured I'd share mine. I was working at an office as their admin. As most office folks will know, it is very hard to find a good, competent admin. The good ones want to be more than an admin and don't last more than a year or two typically before they head on to bigger things. That said, I was a good admin. I was working there full-time so I could pay for college, which I attended at night. Not the most conventional college experience, but no debt. Anyways, this means that I would be there for a few years while I finished up school. After I had been there a few years, the higher-ups were delighted to have a competent admin who was actually staying. My desk was right outside one of the higher-ups' offices on the opposite side, and I could actually hear their discussions. One day I could hear a meeting discussing how great and efficient I was, how I was getting so much more done than the last person who was in my role. I was super excited. Always nice for your work to go noticed, right? Well, it turns out, not exactly. In the following weeks, I heard a few more meetings. They had come up with a brilliant plan for me to absorb another employee's role since I could handle it. To be honest, I could have handled it, but they were discussing how cost-effective it was since I was paid relatively minimally in comparison to others in the office. As in, I would be absorbing another employee's role without a pay increase. They were discussing me like I was a cash cow. It made me feel stupid for putting so much hard work in. They weren't appreciative, they were exploitive. Their plan was to fire the woman who I would be replacing, who, by the way, had been there about 15 years and was great. They would then ask me to help out and fill the vacant role. I would then help out permanently. Seriously, so exploitive. If they had just asked me to take on the role with a pay increase, which would still be infinitely less expensive than the whole salary they had been paying the other woman, I would have gladly accepted. Instead, they were resorting to trickery in order to brag about how they've cut costs and increased efficiency. They scheduled to have this change done before their next expense meeting with one of the big bosses so they could show him how great the numbers looked. That meeting was scheduled for 2 p.m. on a Wednesday. I was a few steps ahead of them, since I could hear everything in their meetings, so I hatched a plan. They explained that they were in a tight spot and needed me to fill in since I get all my work done so quickly. I said I would be happy to help out and asked if I could work 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. for the next 4 Wednesdays in order to take an earlier night class, which they approved. As I said, my role was a very hard one to properly fill. The other role was admin adjacent and was also not easy to fill. I had paid my bill for my last quarter of college and lived at home, so had pretty minimal expenses. I would be fine to complete my last 3 months of college without a job. I submitted my 3 weeks notice to one of the higher-ups who I knew barely skims her emails. I wrote her an email reminding her about my Wednesday's shift change and to please see attached. Attached was my 3 weeks notice letter. She clearly only read the body, not the attachment, and responded with a quick thank you. My last day worked out perfectly as planned. On the very day of their 2 p.m. meeting with the big boss, after they had spent an hour raving about their business-savvy minds and how much cost they were able to trim by using me, I entered their meeting at exactly 3 p.m. with a large box loaded up with my personal items from clearing out my desk for full effect. I apologized for interrupting, but wanted to say goodbye before leaving on my last day. I warmly thanked them for the past 4 years and earnestly said to keep in touch. Their faces were a combination of confusion and horror. The big boss looked the most confused, considering he had just been told for an hour that I would be taking on 2 roles for the price of 1. Big boss says, "What's going on?" I say, "Oh, sorry for any confusion. I changed my schedule on Wednesday, so I leave at 3 p.m. "Not that. Why do you have your things packed up?" "Well, it's my last day, of course." Higher up angrily says, "Well, as you know, we need notice in writing. We can't just fill a position overnight." I say, "That's why I gave you 3 weeks notice in my email rather than the standard 2. I do hope that helped in your search for a new admin." Higher up looking ghostly white. "Can you stick around for a bit? I think we have some discussing to do. Maybe we can work something out?" Me, with the most confused face I could manage. Work something out? What do you mean? Literal silence when the realization sets in that I quit weeks ago and there was nothing to discuss. "Well, anyways, I just wanted to make sure I said goodbye. I better get going." I turned and walked out. The juxtaposition between me professionally saying goodbye with a smile and their confusion/anger/tension was incredible. They actually ended up calling me the next week to ask if I would stay a bit longer with a pay increase, which I declined and noted that this probably should have been discussed prior to my exit from the job. So satisfying. I spent the next 3 months focusing on only my schoolwork and applying for new jobs in my field now that I would have my degree. I had time to attend all of the college's senior activities too, so I got 1 semester of the college experience, which made me really happy. One of my coworkers who I still talk to called me to ask about what had happened. Apparently, higher-ups and Big Boss were in their office meeting for several hours, even after office hours, with lots of yelling involved. The aftermath was pretty beautiful. They had to hire staff from a temp agency to fill both positions, and it took 2 months to fill one role, 3 months to fill the other. The office was basically in chaos for those 3 months. Additionally, the woman who they fired to have me fill her role filed for unemployment, and the company had to pay her unemployment for the maximum amount of time. She was older and ended up retiring shortly after her unemployment benefits ran out. The higher-ups weren't fired or anything, but they were not well liked by the big boss at all and had to work hard to gain any trust back after their freak-up and were micromanaged a lot more. Now, that is a very fortunate situation where you were sitting close enough to the meeting room where you could snoop in on it. If this was you and you overheard them trying to basically lump you into 2 jobs for the price of one already underpaid one, would you have just straight up called them out on it and tried to get the pay raise you deserved, or would you have quit, or would you have done something similar to what OP did? Let me know in the comments down below. This next story is by Laws Newman. There's always a smarter person than you. During my time as a consultant, we started having payment problems with one multinational client. Specifically, this one site stopped paying their bills. Their excuses got worse and worse. Now, we had a great relationship with the site director and various executives, but this accounting department suddenly couldn't find its butt with either hand. After 6 months, it started looking like it was time to hire a lawyer and threaten lawsuits. A horrible idea with real bad consequences for repeat business, but the accounting woman we liaised with suggested a face-to-face bring all your documents meeting. 3 hours drive there and the same on the return trip, probably a 2-hour meeting, but it was a significant amount of money. Unfortunately for her, we had just acquired a neat little electronic gadget. Just to optimize our time there, we set up a meeting with the site director, SD, to touch bases. Double bonus, we could cut short a dragging on meeting by mentioning we had to go see SD. She waffled, talked about anything and everything and nothing, wouldn't say why any of this was happening. Me and my partner exchanged disgusted looks and stood up to walk out. She hurriedly got to the point. For an administrative fee of X, she would see that payments would be made within the week. A flat-out bribery holdup. We exchanged another look. You seriously want us to pay you X to do the job this company is already paying you for? It certainly would help. Partner says if we get the money to you by the end of the day, you'll unblock the situation? Yes. I assume you want cash? Yes, cash will be perfect. I say right, let's go. We left and went straight to the site director's office. He graciously showed out a subordinate so he could meet with us earlier than planned. We pulled out our neat little electronic gadget and played back the recording of the relevant bits of the meeting. Site director says, thank you for confirming my suspicions. I'll take care of it. You'll be paid within the week. Partner says, you understand we'll be keeping the original of the recording? You can have a copy. Site director says, not necessary, thank you. I'll take care of it. Have a nice trip back. Payment arrived 3 days later in full. Celebration. A different person became our site liaison. During a future mission at that site, we were informed unofficially that accounting woman had been promoted to head of warehouse, for which she had no training, and told to sit in a corner and just handle the inventory count, already run by computer while her 3-week leaving period ran out the clock. I strongly suspected, some interesting questions from our new accounting liaison, a forensic accounting effort to nail her with professional malfeasance and wreck her professional reputation and uninsurance payments. So if I'm following this correctly, it was the accounting woman using the accounting department as a way to basically blackmail companies into paying them. But it didn't work out very well for them because, surprise, they knew the site director, which I guess is some kind of superior, and they were able to fix this whole situation and get the lady busted. With pulling a stunt like that, I'm surprised she even got the 3 weeks. This next story is by Ruby Rose 123456778. Make me work past the time the law says I can? I get the manager fired. This happened a few years ago when I was 15 and working at a popular fast food company. My state says minors cannot work past 10 p.m. to give the student time to do homework and enough sleep for the next school day. Ignoring this law could get the company a fine. You also couldn't work more than 30 hours if you worked part-time. I started work here at 15 and left at 16. My schedule was always 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. for 4 days a week. I might work a couple minutes over 10, but that wasn't a big deal. I would just be finishing taking an order. I had worked there for a good year, no bad reviews, always had a smile, rarely had a sick day and would often cover others, and I had gotten Employee of the Month twice. We were always short on people. So one day I was working and taking orders in the drive-thru. About 9:30 p.m., the manager, female 37, had told me to stay late. OP, I'm gonna need you to stay late tonight. The person covering you doesn't come until 2 a.m. I can't because... We need you to. Coworker says she can't, she's a minor. Well, the person covering your shift doesn't show up till 2 a.m. OP will deal with it. I worked till 2 a.m., went to school with barely any sleep. I wake up at 6 a.m. and started school at 7. After this would happen every time I worked with this manager, which was 2 out of the 4 days I worked, and often would be days in a row, Tuesday and Wednesday. I was really falling behind in schoolwork as I could barely even get enough sleep to function. I would get home about 2:15 if I left at exactly 2 a.m., as my last meal would have been lunch at school, and then finally falling asleep at about 3 a.m. I have trouble falling asleep. This was very much illegal as I was working 38 hours, legally couldn't be more than 30 as a part-time, and working past 10 p.m. I was receiving no breaks, as at my work, if you work more than 5 hours, you get a 30-minute unpaid break. This happened for about a month. So I go into work again, and it's this manager again. 9:30 p.m., manager tells me I have to stay again till 2 a.m. You're staying late again. I can't, I have school tomorrow and I'm falling behind. I don't care, you need to work till 2 a.m. and to have someone cover your shift. I legally am not supposed to work past 10 p.m. But when you applied here, you agreed that if you needed to work extra, you would. Which general manager said I still would have to be off at 10 p.m. due to state labor laws. You agreed when you applied that you could work extra, so you're working extra. Now get back to work. So I ended up working the shift, but I decided to report my company and corporate as other managers didn't believe me when I first told them. I called the school day off as well as call off work that day with the same manager. I decided to email higher-ups, stating dates and times I worked, showed I was still a minor, worked more than 30 hours a week, and stated if the city found out, they would get a huge fine due to this. I also tagged my general manager as well. This immediately went into investigation. I was told I could have the next few days off at work. I finally got enough sleep, so when I came back in for my shift after my days off, I was taken into the office. General manager says, "Please take a seat, we would like to talk." I take a seat in the office and set my stuff in next to me. Corporate manager says, "I would like to say sorry on behalf of the company for your overtime. Legally, you are not allowed to work past 10 p.m., and manager neglected to follow the law." General manager says, "Manager has been fired for disobeying the law and possibly causing the store to lose a lot of money. We also had found out she had done this to other people on nights you didn't work. If it wasn't for your complaint, this would have gone much longer than it did." The meeting ended shortly after I signed some papers about my complaint and how I'd get a raise and how all my meals would now be free instead of half off. I quit shortly after, and the last time I seen the manager was when I went to the grocery store when she was packing bags. Yeah, this lady is absolutely reckless, and personally, I'm glad that she lost her job because that's not okay to be doing. Most people in those managerial positions understand the ramifications of breaking these laws and wouldn't dare doing something as stupid as that. You can get fined lots of money. And our final story of the day is by MCAT36, "Disobeying rules because you're in a rush? Time for a lesson in patience." I went down to my local Robinsons today because they had a sale on Pepsi Max and my boyfriend is addicted to the stuff. It's actually quite far out of my way, but I have nothing better to do. Being furloughed is boring. So I make my way to the checkout, scan my 8 bottles of Pepsi, and join the queue of people making their way to the exit. I'm stuck behind 2 short ladies walking very slowly. One seems to be leaning on the other. It seems the leaning lady has some sort of disability, so I make sure to stay at a safe distance in case she stops suddenly and I have to go around her. So I'm moseying along when Mr. Silverhair appears, right next to me. There was much less than a meter between us, and despite our masks, I was peeved that he wasn't obeying social etiquette by respecting social distancing guidelines. He was trying to cut me off to get around the 2 ladies but was blocked by a display. I happily retook my spot in front of him and continued the slow pace set by the ladies. I could sense the frustration of Mr. Silverhair and it delighted me. At the exit, there are 2 doors to choose from. The ladies chose the left door, so I chose the right. I was quite enjoying the slow, calming pace, so I continued it for as long as possible. Mr. Silverhair was even going in the same direction as me. How fortunate! I made my way to a trolley bay and he stomped past me. Very petty, but I certainly felt satisfied. So to be clear, Robinsons is a British supermarket. That said, show some social etiquette. Not only the mask thing, but just being polite about the people in front of you. Unless the people in front of you are purposely being rude to you, just try and respect it. That's all I can really add to that. Don't want to return my tools or pay me? Enjoy losing your business. I'm a trade painter that worked for around 5 years, essentially running a company for an owner who took a very hands-off approach. He was essentially a name in working capital and not much else. After getting an offer to work for a bigger commercial company and my old boss's realization he would have to run his own company, as there really wasn't anyone else in-house that was qualified, he resorted to acting like a child to try and make me stay. Made me run around the world to receive my final pay, which I never even got, and refused to return my tools spread throughout various jobs. Revenge time. As luck would have it, another even better offer from an even bigger company ended up in my lap that wanted to subcontract me a very substantial amount of their work, but I'm going to need more employees for that. So I go through and call each and every member of the original company and offer them a $3 an hour raise to work for me, which all of them accepted. After all, they know me, they've worked for me for years, and it's more money. No brainer. They barely know the owner, and what they do know, they don't like. I then asked them to grab only my tools, which was the vast majority of the tools on all the jobs, from their respective jobs when they leave for the weekend on Friday. Monday rolls around and my old boss is getting calls left and right from supervisors asking why nobody's at work and what's going on. He was so hands-off, he didn't even have employees' phone numbers to call and ask them. He's essentially without employees and little to no tools to complete any jobs at this point. Fast forward 6 months and his company has now closed. He's lost all his work. His new addition to his house has come to a grinding halt halfway through construction. He's hurting big time. I never got my last check, but I did get a great group of workers and a company of my own. So I guess I'll just call it even. Let me ask you guys something. Can you even feel bad for this owner when they don't even have the phone numbers of the people working for them? Literally, their entire company left them and they were none the wiser and couldn't contact anybody. So let me know in the comments down below if there's even an ounce of remorse that anybody could possibly even have for this guy. This next story is by Serena Snuggles. Roommates don't respect my boundaries. I get them evicted in less than a day. My freshman year of college, I went through a long process with my school to be able to live off campus as a freshman. Normally this is not allowed, but they made an exception due to circumstances. I moved in on a lease takeover as a girl to an all-boy apartment. It was a 4-bedroom apartment that individually leased each room, but 2 rooms shared 1 bath and all shared a kitchen, living room, and laundry room. This place was gross when I moved in, but I cleaned it up and got it livable enough. I grew up with brothers and had no problem with dudes as long as they were decently respectful. Plus, I had the kitchen to myself. I'm also an engineering student and asked them if they had their friends over to let me know beforehand or keep the music below bed rattling. Turns out, this exact apartment was known as the party apartment, and I would soon find out why. I was working 8 to 12-hour shifts at retail and then going to school full-time. I come home at 11 p.m. exhausted to blasting music and so many people they are streaming out the front door. I was pissed. Luckily, each room locks with a deadbolt and I remembered to lock mine before I left for work. There were easily 50 people there. As a 20-year-old who just wanted to sleep, I did the only rational thing I could do. I packed an overnight bag, locked my room, and called a friend with an SOS and slept there. I find out later that one of my roommates was dealing. Only 3 people were of legal age and 1 girl was 14? The girlfriend of one of my roommates was still in high school and invited all of her friends who invited more people. The cops busted the party but luckily didn't card anyone so no one was arrested. Now, I felt like I could still reasonably deal with this. Then they started to use my things in the kitchen, steal my food, and the last straw was when they dented my kitchen knives that I had just purchased. Brand new knives that now had nicks in the blade like they sword fought with them. Mind you, I communicated all of my grievances that weren't super minor, like using my laundry soap with them, and asked that my boundaries be respected. Their guests would throw up and poop in the toilet. They would try to enter my room to use my bed while I was sleeping. The girlfriend of one even ended up coming into my room to stare at me. I woke up when I forgot to lock my door to tell me 4 people were coming over. My food and my items were still being taken and damaged and I grew tired of it all. I attempted to befriend the various roommates in an effort to get them to be more courteous, but the information I got was even better. Remember how I was a lease takeover? Yeah, our apartment not only required the necessary paperwork, they also required a lease takeover fee. I find out that my roommates are friends of the people on the lease. Their friends upgraded to a different apartment complex and didn't want to pay that fee. My roommates hadn't paid the takeover fee or signed any paperwork putting them on the lease, so the original leaseholder wasn't living there. I keep this information for later. A few weeks pass and the parties are smaller but still happening. Then one day I am discussing painting in my room due to the marks on the walls from the previous tenants. Our apartment allowed you to paint if it was 1, approved first, or 2, you painted it back before move out. The maintenance guys were super sweet and let me pick a custom color for my room, a pretty light sky blue. Bought it for me and helped me paint my room. My roommates find out I painted it and ask about it, not knowing what would happen later. They didn't paint their room, they spray painted it. Not with any vulgar or even gang symbols, but spray painted it. The parties continued, but now they let their guests sign the walls in various Sharpies. This was the moment I realized was the time. I ended up taking pictures of the room on Snapchat and saved them to my camera roll. I knew that my apartment complex wouldn't do anything about the parties and could even blame me for the underage kids. Plus, the items I stored in the common areas were fair game according to legal terms about a shared space. I first speak with the building manager about the parties. I was right, there isn't anything I can do but call the cops. I can complain all I want about the condition of the house my roommates cause and the theft and damage of my belongings, and they won't do anything. They didn't even seem bothered when I spoke to them about 2 out of 4 of us living there not being on the lease. The other one that was on my side was chill and I didn't have a problem with. As long as rent was paid on time, it seemed they weren't going to do anything. After all this, I pull out my camera roll and tell this nice lady to scroll as long as she wants, as I took about 15 pictures on just the one room. She gets mad and starts babbling on and on about gang graffiti, and she won't have it. I knew there were no gang symbols whatsoever on the walls, just dumb kids, but it didn't look good. I didn't correct her and reminded her that the rooms in question were the ones where they weren't even legal tenants here. I locked as much as I could remember to grab of my things from the kitchen in my bedroom beforehand and was headed straight to work, so I didn't get to see the devastation as 2 office workers evicted them in hours. They weren't the legal tenants and had clearly stayed over the 7-day guest limit. They had to pack up as much as they could and were out by the time I got home from my shift 10 hours later. I got a lot of hateful and threatening messages from the girlfriend of one of them. I don't remember the exact words as this was a few years ago, 2016, and I didn't save it for more than a year. I did save them once she started threatening me with stalking and physical harm. I stayed polite and neutral in my responses in case I would need to take them to court. They did get one small revenge in that I remembered to lock up my pots, but in my hurry, I forgot the lids. They stole my lids to all cookware, even my crock pot. They also took all my food they could grab and put it in the now topless crock pot with all of my spices too and left it on. I'm not sure what liquid was used and I don't ever want to know. But I ended up paying the rent of a 1-bedroom for 4 bedrooms when the last roommate's lease ended a few months later. The rooms were leased individually. Also, the now former roommate's friends that were on the lease had to come in clean and repaint the walls white. Do you know what happens when you put water-based white paint over red and black colored permanent marker? He eventually hired a guy to make it look right. I heard it took 9+ layers in some areas and others were entirely spackled. That's not right, but it was a special paint that wouldn't let the ink from the marker bleed through. Over that, and was super thick. I felt bad for the original leaseholders as they were now stuck with the damages, had to repaint and still had to pay rent on this apartment. I had met with and was cool with them. Even tried helping one guy paint a bunch and told him I had no beef with him. I apologized the way things worked out and he wasn't happy with me but also didn't blame me. I reasoned it with they knew they were breaking the terms of their lease and exactly who their friends were when they didn't transfer the lease. If they hadn't repainted the room the way they did, the complex manager wouldn't have done anything. This definitely seems to me like friends that took more than advantage of a pretty good situation all things considered, and had absolutely no respect for something that their name wasn't attached to. I'm glad that the actual people leasing the apartment wasn't overly mad at OP because you kind of have to understand, because if somebody's coming to this place to live where they're working and they're going to college, and they have to deal with people taking all their stuff, throwing parties where your bathroom is full of vomit and random people's poop that they didn't even flush, it wouldn't be a very happy situation. This next story is by Elliot Plays, Don't Scam a Bot Developer. I develop bots for people on Discord, a chat platform for those who somehow don't know. One day, I checked for hiring in a developer server and saw a job of making a simple bot for a cafe group. I messaged the owner and got the job. I coded the bot the next day and waited for a response from the owner. It turns out that the owner was taking a break from Discord, so about a week later when she finally was back, she DM'd me and I fixed the final bug and showed them the bot. Right away they said thank you for the bot, have a great day, took away my admin role in the server and blocked me. However, it didn't occur to her that I might be able to give myself admin with the bot. I immediately set the permissions that everyone gets on join to administrator. I am an admin in a bigger Discord server with about 300 members. I mentioned everyone and told them to join this server and, of course, they noticed they have admin. Within 10 minutes, the server is completely destroyed. I haven't seen their reaction since I left the server, but I bet they will never scam anyone ever again. Yeah, this one is just plain stupid. I can understand if they're not Discord literate, but the basic shakedown is, you have a bot, the bot has administrator perm so that the bot can do whatever you want it to do. The thing is, OP coded the bot, they can make the bot do anything, and the bot has admin privileges so they can customize the server any way they want. Basically, go ahead and just destroy the server with any kind of permission they want. You absolutely gotta pay the people you commission. And our final story of the day is by Dakord. Fake a broken arm? I'll get you deadlined. Years ago, back in high school, I worked in a retail hardware business, along with a few part-time guys going to college. One of our jobs was accepting deliveries from the corporate warehouse. Because the truck was full of merchandise, some for our store, some for other stores, we weren't allowed to go into the trailer. The truck driver was responsible for going into the trailer and pushing the boxes of merchandise onto the rollers where we would then take possession, check them against the bill of lading, and then sign off receipts of the items. It was a smooth process until a new truck driver was hired. He was your stereotypical truck driver. Big belly, greasy hair, a loud mouth, and constantly smoking. And he was lazy. The first time he arrived, he told us to unload the truck ourselves, went into the crapper, and stayed there for over 30 minutes. I unloaded the truck. It took far longer than normal, but I was diligent and did not remove any items that were not ours. This continued for several weeks, and the unloading process took away time that we could have been using putting merchandise on the shelves. The boss finally had enough and called corporate. The driver must have been reprimanded because when he backed into the loading dock the next week, he hopped in the trailer, set up the rollers, and began unloading. But he was going to get even. His version of ProRevenge, I guess. When I would grab a box off my end of the rollers and carry it into the warehouse to stack, he would push another box down the rollers as hard as he could, sending it crashing to the floor. Some of our products were glass, so it was possible something was going to be broken. I stopped what I was doing, got the boss, and explained. The boss told him no one was going to sign off until every box was opened and inspected. Bear in mind, the average load was around 200 boxes. The truck driver got pissed and drove off without finishing the unload. He was hurting himself by doing so because boss called corporate right away. We closed at 6 every evening. The truck driver knew this. He showed back up at 5 minutes before closing time and made many a-hole remarks while slow walking the unloading. One of my coworkers was a good-sized country boy who liked to chew beech nut tobacco. He finally got so aggravated he spit on the truck driver's pant leg and then told him to shut the freak up or else he'd whip his butt. He shut up, but for the next 3 or 4 months, whenever he showed up there was some kind of conflict. He would go out of his way to make the simple act of unloading a truck as difficult as possible. Fast forward to December. It was cold and the delivery was twice the normal size Christmas season. He parks, gets out, and informs us his arm is broken and therefore he is not going to help with the unload. I was ambivalent, but my big country coworker was tired of this man's nonsense. What the truck driver did not know was there was a state trooper in the store shopping. He was a close friend of my coworker who had gone out front to find him and told him about this truck driver. Little did any of us know, in my state you cannot illegally drive a big truck unless both arms are in working order. ADA may have since changed this law, I don't know. The trooper came back to the loading dock and demanded to see all of his paperwork. He then conducted an inspection of the truck. I learned a lesson that day. Tickets from state troopers are expensive as heck. Truck driver got 3. And then the trooper held his license and deadlined his truck until he went to the hospital and got a clean bill of health on his arm. He had to pay for a cab to the hospital because none of us would drive him there. Little did he know, after he left, the trooper took the truck driver's license and paperwork, stuck it under the windshield wiper, and left. The truck driver came back 3 hours later with paperwork. We can only assume that he had to go to the emergency room and get x-rays. He was extremely pissed when he learned what the trooper did. He was even more pissed that we were laughing at him and stood in front of the store, waving at him as he drove off. We never saw him again. He either demanded a different route, quit, or got fired. I don't know, but I guarantee he never forgot us and our pro-revenge. That's a really oddly specific law for this big country coworker to know, but an impressive display of pro-revenge getting the cop friend over there and just totally piling onto this lazy truck driver. Don't think I'm worth the money? Kiss your income goodbye. So I was living in a town where there was an old hotel that was in the process of being converted to apartments. Ended up moving in and at some point started to help the owner, let's call him Steve, out with a lot of stuff. Started with little odd jobs here and there, helping tear out a wall or take debris out. No big deal, really made a few extra bucks. Being a geek, it didn't take long to start ending up helping handle some other stuff. They had internet access available, but it was using HPNA, so basically in-home DSL over lines in a 50-year-old building. They slowly were adding more people here and there, so adding more capacity ended up being my job as well as handling the installs and troubleshooting. Building had its own cable system as well, and it had issues with some stuff overheating. Came up with a design that would simplify the build out somewhat and remove the issue of overheating boxes, as well as adding more room for channels to be added and creating a type of scrolling TV guide channel using Titan.tv and an auto scroll plugin in the browser, then piping it onto a channel and adding some music. Before long, I was handling most of the maintenance for all the apartments, internet, cable, lockouts, and whatever else might be needed. Then Steve's stepdaughter moved in and things started to happen that were fishy. My information being removed as the lockout number among other things. So I gracefully moved on and got out of the way as I didn't want to be in the middle of family. I also had no hard feelings for Steve over what the daughter or her husband was doing. I still got calls with questions and would answer them here and there. About 6 months after moving out, I got a call that Steve needed help as the boiler system was acting up and basically the building did not have heat. I went down and helped to get things tore apart since the daughter's husband couldn't be bothered. He moved out of the house because he didn't want to take care of things even though the wife did most of it. Ended up, the fins on the boiler had clogged up with soot during startups over a few years. We cleaned it all out, got it up and running, disaster averted. Owner had another project he wanted some help with, so rather than turn down some extra cash, I figured why not. We ran a small water line from the top of multiple plumbing shafts to the basement so that a set of valves could be put into place so the recirculation pump would be able to evenly get water through the lines and everyone would have instant hot water. Ended up moving back to the area a couple months later as I started helping Steve with an even larger building nearby. The old hotel, converted to apartments, was 10 stories tall, so not small but didn't need a lot done most of the time. The new place was not as tall but was larger and more spread out. One section had 3 floors and the whole thing sat on something nearly the size of a city block. I think the total square footage was around 50,000 inside. I was taking care of the apartment maintenance needs and a few other things again, as well as staying in the building with my wife, who was acting as a lookout in the evenings. During the day, I would help out with whatever was going on. We literally reworked a lot of structural steel, reclad one section of the building with corrugated steel sheets, extended one section of the building and poured concrete floors and retaining walls. I started having issues here and there with getting overheated during the day. Heat stroke, and while I was living there, I had not actually moved yet, so I ended up taking a week to put most of our things in storage. We were literally living at the building in an RV I had to keep the building secure. When I got back, Steve started complaining that the power for the building was $100 and blamed it on me running an air conditioner. We had been running a 220 welder on average 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, but it had to be that AC unit and basically said there was no way I could keep an eye on things if it was running because I couldn't hear anything. It had been over a month of straight highs with over 100 degrees, but with another roof over my RV, it never got direct heat, so I called BS as my 2-bedroom apartment I just vacated only had electric costs of around $120 per month, and it was all electric with a lot more items using power, including my aquarium. A question was then made about what I thought I was worth. I figured 10 per hour. I dealt with a lot, including maintenance on all the machinery and his vehicle, and never charged for fuel or mileage when I would drive my own vehicle to do things. For as long as I worked for the guy, I always had to bid my jobs outside of maintenance work. I was only receiving a flat amount of money each month for the work in the building, and my wife received nothing for keeping an eye out, which she did pretty well of since I actually caught a teenage kid in the building with her seeing them. Steve stated that no one was worth 10 per hour to him. Other things were being thrown out as my fault too. Basically, Steve was under the gun on a couple things, as when he bought the building, it was actually scheduled to be torn down, and another building across the road, which was also scheduled to be torn down, was bought slightly after he purchased his, yet it had already been completely rehabilitated and was opening up space for lease. The other building was smaller, but had quite a bit more to have done to get it up to code. The roof was completely gone and the inside was so full of trash, it took nearly a month to clean it out. Steve kept changing things after something was done and then turning around and changing them again, wasting more and more time. A lot of other things were going on as well, so I opted to be done and move on again, this time with no option of going back. My wife's health had started going downhill anyway, so being blamed for petty crap wasn't worth it, and I obviously was not wanted around anymore. Now here is the revenge. I had told him multiple times that there was an issue with his fire alarm panel not charging the batteries. The local fire department had been on him once before and forced more smoke detectors to be installed as a retrofit and a few other things. The smoke detectors were installed, but the battery charging issue was never fixed properly. Other things in the building had also started to fall into disrepair that I had told him needed to be dealt with. For instance, some very large windows were cracked and had a few pieces broken with tenants in them. It was a 2-man job to fix the windows, and Steve had too many irons in the fire. He had sunk over $500,000 into the new building and either couldn't afford to have someone else do the work or didn't think it was worthwhile, so he kept putting it off. I went ahead and contacted the city about issues that needed to be addressed, as well as dropped some complaints about some things. I used multiple email addresses from accounts I set up for exactly that purpose, so it would never track back to me, and contacted multiple members of the city council as well as the fire chief/marshal. I never contacted Steve again, but the last time I was there, the apartment building was shut down with signs stating that it could not be occupied. Since the fire alarm panel had been written up on once before due to issues, and he had been told that if it became a problem again, a sprinkler system would be required to bring the building up to code, with it acting up again, the fire marshal shut it all down. The new building is now off the demolition list, but it once again sits empty as there is likely not enough money left to pull from the apartment building to make it complete. You see, being off the list only required it to be warehouse grade, which is basic lighting, emergency lighting, mostly airtight, with egress and fire systems. Once that was done, more work would be needed to actually start using the structure for office space and things of that nature. Going from 100 apartments to 23 with a few rent houses that needed work likely took the last little bit of money he had free to do things. The apartment building was truly unsafe, as if the power went out, the fire alarm panel would not function, and with a tall building, a fire on a lower floor would lead to pure disaster. All he had to do was fix it so the batteries were charged and would stay that way, and pay someone to do work on the panel if it was acting up. But then again, no one was worth $10 an hour. Why would he pay someone who was going to make even more than that? I felt bad for most of the people who live there since they lost their home, but I would have felt worse if they were hurt or worse in a fire. The one thing I wish I had seen was the stepdaughter and her husband's faces while they had to move. They were on the top floor. as well as Steve's and his wife's faces when the building was basically condemned. But I still go back and look at the news articles showing it all shut down and have a little smile. It just doesn't pay to be a jerk when someone has tried to help you out. Let me ask you guys, do you agree with me when I say I think OP should have left that job way earlier than he did? Let alone the not worth $10 an hour comment. It was kind of clear OP was getting taken advantage of and doing a lot of work for this guy and probably not getting the compensation he deserved. Let me know if you agree with me or not in the comments down below. Our next story is by YOLO Swaggernaut. Won't let me rezone my property? Enjoy the smell of 400 hogs. A city near me had a farmer holding out as the city expanded. The city wouldn't let him sell his land zoned commercial since it was a farm, while the farm was completely surrounded by commercial development. The city wanted him to sell the land zoned for agriculture, basically to let some dev bulldozer the fields and flip it for commercial space. Easily 10 times profit. Settled into a stalemate. The area became more and more developed. Housing encroached the back of the property. The farmer, getting old and getting tired of this crap, not wanting to pass the fight on to his kids, came up with a plan. The property had been used for soybean and farming corn to this point. Not really a burden to his neighbors. He applied for and received proper licensing from the state for a hog confinement lot. In case you don't know, that is where they keep tens of thousands of hogs before they're brought to the market. Normally located deep in farm country, stinks for miles. The city tried to stop him legally, but they never incorporated the land in the first place. They tried to stop it at the state. He followed the process to the letter and, well, it is farmland. They thought he wouldn't follow through maybe. He did. He had 400 hogs delivered to what at this point was one of the busiest roads in town. The locals nearly lynched the city council. In less than a week, the city backtracked a nearly 20-year feud and let him sell his farm for the fair commercial rate as he had originally bargained for. That is absolutely beautiful. You hate to see the city council treat this person so unfairly and expect them to give up their property surrounded by commercial development as an agriculture zone because it's cheap as heck compared to a commercial development spot, just so some apartment building can be sprouted up there for the cheap low price, making sure their farmland completely ruined the intrinsic value of the neighboring area, completely made the city council buckle to their knees and say, please, just sell it as commercial. It took 20 years, but the payoff was beautiful. And our final story of the day is by Vast Seaworthiness. Dine-and-dash diva gets what she deserves. My group of friends have been together for quite some time, at least starting from the end of middle school. The majority of us ended up going to the same college, so good for us. Anyway, one of our friends had been acting up unreasonably and starting drama for fun. It had been slowly building up for about a year. Now, gossip and rumors we can deal with because we know each other and we can usually pick the truth from the lies easily. At the point of her rumors spreading, we distance ourselves from her quite a bit. Her latest antics have been much different. For the sake of this story, her name can be D. In our area, cases have been so low that we've started to go out more with the whole gang. Extra precautions aside, things look to be normal. We eat at a semi-formal restaurant, as is our custom. Something about dressing up and treating ourselves is something we try to do as much as we can financially permit. Things seem fine until the bill comes and it's time for each of us to settle up. Dee starts to get shifty and starts tapping at her phone. She stands up quickly and says she needs to go, it's an emergency. She fast walks out of the dining room and out of sight. We try to text and call after, but no answer. We end up all absorbing her part of the bill. A one-time favor for a friend in need, right? The second part of our routine is to go to the host's house, where we drink, watch movies, and have a good time. Kelly was to be the host this time. We're not much for gossip, but Dee's odd behavior mixed with her previous antics got us on the topic. All 6 of us shared some stories, and it looked like every one of us had some personal run-in with our friend. The second time we all go out to dinner, everything seems well. Dee ordered a lot of mixed drinks and seemed thoroughly tipsy. Foolishly, we believed she would pay her tab this time. Before the waiter could even bring up how we wanted the bill split, Dee excused herself to the bathroom and did not return. We all have jobs along with scholarships, so thankfully money isn't our primary worry. However, last time's bill paired with Dee's inflated dinner and alcohol tab would have collectively set us back about $300. Reluctantly, we paid. Although we didn't see her, it was assumed that she drove home drunk. We rendezvous to the host's place, very annoyed and in no mood to party. Again, Dee refuses our calls and does not open our messages. We busy ourselves by trying to get in touch with some of Dee's other friends. Through the mishmash of conversation, it was revealed that Dee was receiving a stipend from her father that she was saving to buy herself a new Tesla. Not only did she have a job, but she was getting free money from her dad. There was no reason for her not to pay her bills. I guess she thought this way she could get her Tesla faster. We had collectively been fed up with her crap. Since all of us felt burned, we decided to plan some revenge. We knew she had the cash, she just didn't feel obliged to hold her weight. At this point, we were all waking up to how entitled she could be. Our sense of loyalty and nostalgia had blinded us for way too long. Today was the day. We decided to go to a very nice restaurant today, about twice the price of what we would normally do. Dee looked so excited, bless her. We all ate, drank, and had a great time. Dee had ordered many drinks and was again drunk. We were careful not to wait too long or else Dee would dash. So just as dessert was over and the prospect of after-dinner coffee was being thrown around, we all declared that we had a surprise for Dee. Next month is her birthday, so we thought it would be reasonable enough time to use it as an excuse for her to close her eyes. Dee did as she was told and was instructed not to open her eyes until we said so, because the gift takes a minute to set up. We all got up, quietly filed out of the restaurant, and left her there with her eyes closed. Just as we were pulling out of the parking space, we all took one car to save time after our escape. Dee took her own car as usual. We saw Dee running out of the door, searching wildly for us. She caught sight of the car just as we rolled away, middle fingers arise. Our phones were blowing up like crazy, tons of vile messages following the calls. I got to thinking, the bill must have totaled around $700-ish for everyone. We would have never picked this place normally, although the food was very good. The rest of the gang headed to my apartment. About 30 minutes later, we each received a message saying we owed her $738.17, along with a photo of the bill. She had the audacity to include her part of the bill in that amount as well, and judging by the receipt, she gave no tip. Classy. I replied with this message. Guess you'll have to dip into your Tesla fund. Take an Uber home before you lose your scholarship and your friend's boozer. We know you can afford it. To say she went crazy is an understatement. She went coconuts. She tore us a new one on Twitter, blocked us, then unblocked us to rip us some more, then blocked us again. Now Kelly, who has an alternate Snapchat account, is treating us to her near-psychotic rants talking about fake who-ars who never did anything for her. I guess that's us. Maybe next time she'll learn to pay for herself like an adult. Dee is totally in the wrong here. How are you going to dine and dash on who are supposed to be your friends multiple times? I get that the bill is expensive and you want that brand new shiny Tesla, but you can't leave your friends hanging dry like that. They're not really your friends if you do that to them. I would never be able to do that to a group of my friends. Like, I wouldn't even just be able to act like that. Like, I personally just would not be able to do that kind of a rude thing to my friends. So I don't really feel bad about her having to pay the bill for everybody else in the end. Don't fire the guy who holds the patents. This is not my story. I was present for it, sure, but I did not see all of it personally. Rather, this is my father's story. So, some context. My father had a degree in mechanical engineering, either a master's or a doctorate. It had taken him years to get, and he was very proud of that. Thanks to his training, he had found his way working for many well-known companies, working primarily with the procedures used to make various things. Over time, he'd privately began working on an idea that would revolutionize how school and gym lockers worked. See, my father realized that there was a problem with those type of metal lockers. Namely, it was very easy for a person to break into them. What's more, as the lockers were designed, there were multiple exposed moving parts. which meant that if a student put too many books in one or really got anything against the door, the locker could be jammed shut, making it near impossible to open. So for several years, Dad toyed with a number of ideas before hitting on a new design which would solve all those problems. The inner workings of the locker's locking mechanism would be contained within the door in such a way that 1. It was impossible for someone to shimmy or break into, 2. The entire mechanism would be enclosed, and 3. It was relatively maintenance-free. Now, at this point, my dad was the vice president of manufacturing, and apparently there wasn't a clause in his contract that said if he designed anything while working for the company, then he had to turn that over to them for profit. Dad still approached the company, offering them the design, but they weren't interested. Dad sat on the design for a while before eventually just taking out several patents on them and then forgetting about them. About 6 months after his first attempt at getting the company interested, the parent company's owner/chairman of the board passed away, and the board opted to sell off some of the holdings. The company my dad worked for was part of that. The new owners were young guys who seemed to think they knew everything, as young business owners always seem to think, and they set about changing 99% of the way things were being done. At some point, they stumbled across the plans my father had designed. Now, that's where things turned curious. They really wanted to start producing this new design, but as they didn't have all the plans and the processes laid out for them, they had turned to my father for answers. Rather than asking him how to do it or licensing the patents, as any reputable company would have done, they ordered him to turn over all his work or else they would fire him. Dad stood his ground and refused. The new owners and my father went back and forth, arguing over details for several weeks, before finally the new owners fired my father for insubordination. So on to the revenge. There may be more to this, but I'm not entirely sure if it is just pro-revenge. It could border on nuclear, based on what happened some years later. Though I'm not certain that what later happened had anything to do with my father's actions. So, after cleaning out his office and packing things in the trunk of his car, my father headed home and made a few phone calls. He must have gone through 8 or 9 different calls before he got in touch with someone who was interested in what he had to say. See, my dad was under no illusions that the company that had fired him wasn't going to just make those patented lockers on their own. He also knew that though the company itself was relatively small, the owners had money and there was no way he could fight them. However, a larger company could, so he contacted the major competitors and made them an offer. He eventually set up a meeting with some people, wheeled out the prototype he'd made, explained how everything worked, and noted that with this system, the company could revolutionize the way lockers were both designed and improve both safety and security. What's more, as he was the only patent holder, for the next 7 years or so, that company could be the only company to produce them. The competitor jumped at the chance and bought all patents both for the design and the process. They even paid my dad a substantial consultancy fee to go out to their manufacturing site and teach their crews how to make the needed tool and die sets to produce them. Less than 6 months after the first company had fired him, their number one competitor was completely destroying them in the market with this new design. And there wasn't a darn thing the first company could do about it. They did try suing my father, claiming he had stolen their intellectual property, but that case quickly evaporated when they had to admit under oath that they'd never actually signed a contract with him, and there was no requirement that he turn over anything he created to the company. In the 7 years from when that second company bought the locker design and process patents, they pretty handily moved into markets that previously they'd been unable to. The first company soldiered on, but by the time the patent had finally expired, they were a shadow of their former selves. The new owners had sold the company at a loss, with the competitor buying it, only to shut that production facility down due to redundancy, put maybe 200 people out of work. Though, given how they'd lost so much business, I wager that it was far less than that. Now, that's a pretty wise move. The sad reality is, even though you have the patents, if there's a company with some deep pockets, you often don't stand a chance as a single person. So for OP's dad to seek out a company that did have some deep pockets and could stand up with those patents, it worked out great for them. Let me ask you guys this. If you found a way to noticeably improve a relatively common item, would you be able to justify giving up your job to protect that patent? Let me know in the comments down below. This next story is by Nub Muffin. Manager bullies me for several months until I finally quit. I made sure to get him fired. This happened around 2016. I'd, at the time 25 or 26-year-old male, had been without a job for a while, looking for a better paying job than I had before, and I found one at a camera security company that was looking to hire someone for their service desk. I went for an interview and got a call back later that day. If I wanted the job, it was mine. Now, my new manager was an ex-military, specifically ex-army, not American, just pointing that out. He really didn't like having people disagree with him or going against him, a thing I was very unaware of when I took the job. For 2 or 3 months, everything was going well. The manager was cordial and seemed to really enjoy having me there. I worked my butt off every day as the software we were working with was unknown to me, so I studied a lot and even went overseas to another company to follow a course and succeeded on my exams. However, after that period, my grandpa, who was like a second father to me, suddenly was hospitalized after a brain bleed. Aneurysm? He was found in the shower. He had collapsed after he pressed his panic button. Assisted living, not sure how it's called in English, apologies. This all happened on a Wednesday. The family came together in the hospital several times to show support and see Grandpa. However, on Friday afternoon, 3 p.m., I was called up by my father, my grandpa's son, while I was at work, and he explained to me that Grandpa unfortunately passed away. I was in tears on the phone and in utter shock. It took me a while to calm down. I went to my manager and explained what just happened and that I'm going home to be with my family. However, that day there was an event. The company was doing a charity event and this charity was going to be public news. They already announced the amount of people participating and it would look bad if they were a person down. It was basically just for good PR. So he refused to let me go. I told him by law that he cannot deny me as my contract states I can take a day for a death in the family and that I was leaving now. This was the turning point. He went from a nice manager to a manager from heck. Suddenly, everything I did was wrong. I was told he couldn't believe I was in this line of work for 6 years and be this bad at my job. He cussed me out and ridiculed me in front of my colleagues and even clients. This all continued for several months and severely began to impact my mental health. I had a talk with my parents and fiancé, at the time still my girlfriend. I had asked her to marry me in December of 2016, and they basically told me that this was not okay, that I didn't have to take this and that I should give them my 2 weeks notice. I agreed. The following day, I went to HR and explained why I was leaving the company and that I couldn't stand the idea of working even a single day more with that excuse of a human being. HR showed interest in my well-being and, even more importantly, in what I was claiming about my manager. They had received more complaints about him, but nobody had proof of his wrongdoings. So they asked me if I had proof. I told them I'd be looking for a new job, but I'd gladly fit in the time to collect all I could. For the next 2 weeks, I collected everything. Memos, emails, voice recordings. When on the phone, the calls are automatically recorded, and the dumb bud was stupid enough to cuss me out while I was on the phone. Lucky me. Also lucky was that my colleagues at the desk had my back this entire time. They'd been trying to cheer me up, said I was doing fine work, and that they also didn't understand this man's behavior. So, when I came by and asked if they'd mind signing a document that everything I stated in the paperwork was true, they gladly did. I had one last talk with HR and him at the same time the last day I was there. Before he even walked in, I told the HR person who was mediating, he's going to walk in, say what he wants to say, and I'll be quiet and listen. When he's done, I'll explain my side and he's going to interrupt me, tell you I'm lying, and talk about completely non-related subject matter to drag the conversation another direction. She looked surprised at my comment, but had no time to respond as Mr. Army Man walked in and began his spiel. Exactly as I stated, he'd blurt his side out, and once I tried to talk, he consistently interrupted me and tried to pick fights. Eventually, I got up, told HR, "I told you so. Here's the documents you've been asking for." I placed a filled folder with several dozens of emails, plenty of memos, and a USB containing 3 phone conversations, and even video footage of him yelling at me. In both voice and video recordings, you could easily hear him cuss me out. I gave the manager a big bright smile, who was smirking victoriously, and said to him, "I don't think you'll be smirking like that for long. Enjoy your little victory." His smirk disappeared into a confused scowl, but I slammed the door on him before he could respond and left the building feeling like a huge, and I mean humongous, planet-sized amount of stress fall off of my shoulders. Within a month, I was back to my old self. 2 months later, I was working at a new job, and out of curiosity, I checked my ex-manager's LinkedIn. Unemployed. I called one of my old colleagues to ask what exactly went down. My proof opened Pandora's box. He was being disrespectful to the female staff, insulted the older staff, and on multiple occasions was less than cordial with our external hires. None of these complaints were acted upon because it was his word against theirs and there was no proof. However, me providing overwhelming proof of his gross behavior towards me made all other complaints now to be taken as fact. He was promptly fired less than a month after I left, and they refused to provide him with any form of reference. In a field like his, references mean a lot. So not getting one from a company you worked at for nearly a year is a huge red flag. It's now 2020, 4 years passed, and according to his LinkedIn, he's still not working in his field. I'll gladly admit that I felt rather wickedly satisfied and still do whenever I happen to think about it. Some things are definitely a little bigger than public appearances, and I would say for sure somebody in your immediate family dying, that is something that takes more precedence than any PR fluff appearance thing that you could do. It's just how it is, and I frown upon anybody who kind of thinks as their employees as these pawns that they have to use to prop up their numbers or appearance. And our final story of the day is by Mars Yells. "My mom is so petty she got revenge against a 10-year-old kid." I was a new kid in a prestigious private school. We were in 4th grade and the popular kid had just transferred out of the school. It meant that she left behind a horde of boys who had crushes on her. Apparently, I looked like her. Splitting image. I have never met her, so I was pretty much clueless about all of this. But the boys, as well as the girls, became extra nice to me as a result. Now, I was pretty nervous the first few months. These were really rich children, and the only reason I got in was because of a scholarship. TV told me rich kids bullied the nerds, but nope, everyone was nice. Got good friends, got into the honors list, everything was swell. Except one day, I get a letter in class. It started with a "Dear my name." Then it proceeded to tell me that I was the worst thing to happen to this school. It told me I was just a pretender, pretending to be nice, pretending to be smart, etc. What nerve I had to act so cute and friendly when I was really just ugly outside and inside. I'm not allowed to eat at our class table anymore because no one wants me there. Standard stuff, really. It was signed by all the girls in my class, but I suspected it was really only written by one person. Let's call her Sarah. Obviously, 9-year-old me was devastated, but I crumpled the paper and threw it in the trash. I see Sarah whisper something to one of our classmates. My classmate walks to the trash can, gets the letter, and returns it to me saying, "Sarah says you can't throw this away." Fine. I put it in my pocket. The next day, Sarah somehow got the entire class to ignore me. No one talked to me during the morning classes. At lunch, as I was walking to our class table, each class had one long table to eat on. In the cafeteria, she blocked my way and said I didn't belong there. So I made my way to one of the unused tables to eat. Luckily, one of my classmates saw this, felt sorry for me, and then decided to eat with me instead. I heard my name being called and I looked to see my mother in the cafeteria entrance holding a fast food bag. She told me she was there to bring my lunch, which didn't make sense because I was holding the packed lunch she prepared. I looked inside the bag. It seemed as though she bought every single thing off the menu for me. A cheeseburger, spaghetti, fries, fried chicken. My classmates were looking on in interest. My mom turns to them and smiles. She tells them she has a surprise for them. She goes outside and returns with a box of ice cream cups. She distributes them, but doesn't give one to Sarah. Everyone's happily eating their ice cream, including me, when my mom turns to Sarah and says, "Bullies don't get ice cream." Apparently, she found the letter in my pocket while doing laundry. This is definitely a Mom of the Year contender right here. The only thing I'm a little foggy on is how the mom knew exactly it was Sarah and probably who Sarah was to begin with. But I mean, the story's so sweet, it's gonna be pretty easy to overlook that anyways. Won't pick up your dog's poop and then steal from me? Move out then. So this happened at the last apartment complex I lived in. Sorry it's so long. My significant other and I were renting a ground floor unit at a really nice apartment complex. I wouldn't say it was a luxury apartment or anything, but our ground floor unit had a little patio off the back that led out to a really nice courtyard area with hammocks, a walking path, outdoor fireplace and seating area, etc. A lot of people walk their dogs out there or let their kids play in the grass, including us. We have a 1-year-old cane corso. We got her when we'd been living in the unit for about 2.5 months and she was only 8 weeks at the time. She's a really good dog and we trained her well. We could let her out to go potty and she'd come right back even if there were distractions, people, dogs out. We always stood on the patio and watched her anyways because our pet agreement said we couldn't leave our dog unattended. Then we'd go pick up her poop right away if she pooped. Also a part of the pet agreement, as I'm sure is standard at most apartment complexes. We kept a small step trash can outside specifically for her poop bags because we didn't want to throw them away inside, and the only outside trash cans were on the other side of the building, which I agree is super dumb. It really was a small trash can, like the kind you tuck into the bathroom between the toilet and the wall. We also had our poop bags hanging out on our patio door handle for easy access, so we didn't have to hunt for them every time we needed them. This lady and her kid moved in on the ground floor in our building, 2 units down from us. No biggie. We ran into her one day carrying in groceries, and my significant other held open the door for her. She seemed kind of Karen-ish but was polite, and her kid, probably 10 to 11 years old, didn't look up from his phone. Whatever, that's pretty typical of kids these days. They also had a dog. A little black and white fluffy thing, super cute but not trained very well. Don't know what kind of dog, but it was much smaller than our already giant puppy. After about 2 weeks or so, we realized that there were dog turds in the grass right off our patio. We found out the hard way because my boyfriend stepped in it the first time. Luckily, he wasn't barefoot. They were clearly not our dog's turds as 1, we always picked up her poop right after she went, and 2, they were very obviously from a small dog, not our 70-pound puppy. We'd been in the apartment about 7 to 8 months at that point and had never had an issue with this, so we figured it was entitled Mother's little dog. I wrote her a polite note that basically was like, "Hey neighbor, we noticed that some of your dog's poops aren't being picked up and are right off our patio. Per the pet agreement we all have to sign, we all need to be picking up our own dog's poop each time they go. I'm sure it was an accident and you just didn't notice, so if you could just make sure to do that going forward, we'd appreciate it. Your neighbors in unit number." She wasn't home, so I slipped it under the door and went back to my apartment. A couple hours later, this lady is banging on my door and gets really angry with me. Insists that it couldn't have been her dog and how dare I assume. I felt really bad and I apologized immediately. Said I didn't mean to offend her and it must have been someone else. She told me to never bother her with crap like this again and stormed off. I was like, okay. Not 3 days later, I was sitting on my patio with a book enjoying the cool weather when I see their little dog run out of their back door. No one with it, and it comes over to me. I said hello to the pup because I love pups, and then it took a crap right off the patio, ran back home, and scratched the door to be let in. I saw her kid slide the door open enough to let the dog in and then closed it again without coming outside to pick up the poop. I was annoyed because here I saw it with my own eyes that it was their dog and no one was even watching it when it was outside. So I grabbed a poop bag, picked up the poop, wrote another less polite note about her kid neglecting to watch the dog or come to check if it had pooped and pick up after it, and dropped the poop bag and the note on their patio right by their door and went back to my reading. Entitled Mother was quicker to come by this time and stomped right up to me, waving the note around, then stated that her kid was just a kid and probably just forgot to check. I said I didn't care. Her kid was old enough to stand outside for 3 minutes and come pick up the dog's poop. She said, well, there's no poop bags or trash cans on this side of the building, and she didn't feel comfortable making her kid walk all the way around the building for that. The next part is my own fault in hindsight. I suggested she put a trash can like mine on her patio and leave their own poop bags handy like we do for our dog. She eyed our stuff, huffed some more, rolled her eyes, refused to do anything about the poop, and walked off. At this point, I was super annoyed. I stalked my patio door for the next couple days as much as I could, just waiting. And sure enough, on day 2 in the evening when I was about to give up, I see the puppy run outside towards my patio. I whipped out my phone, took some pictures of the dog outside alone, not allowed, and the dog pooping, and then took another phone an hour later of the poop still there and time-stamped all of them. Then I sent an email to the apartment office people who were pretty nice, and they responded quickly they would give her a warning about it. And sure enough, this lady comes back again to get mad and yell at me about how petty I was to report them to the office, and now they had a $150 fine for not picking up their dog poop. It's worth noting that these fines were rare. Poo prints were not used at this complex. In order for the office to fine someone for dog poop, they had to have proof it was that specific tenant's dog poop and that it wasn't picked up, hence the photos I'd taken and timestamped. I told her that I tried to be nice about it with her twice before it was her own fault at that point for not abiding by the terms of the pet agreement we all had to sign. Everyone who had a dog at least. She went off about how she's a single mom and she works during the day and her precious baby can't be expected to pick up after their dog. I told her that a 10 or 11-year-old was plenty old enough to pick up after a dog, and that if they weren't responsible enough, then maybe the kid shouldn't be letting the dog out at all, and she should be the one to do it, or maybe whoever is home with him should be looking after it. She got angry, told me that I had no idea how to be a single mom, that her mom stays with him during the day and shouldn't be expected to look after her kid and her dog, and she stomped off again. I expected to hear more about it, but I didn't. The ironic part is I am a single mom. My kid isn't my significant other's, and I raised him alone for 2.5 years before I met my significant other. So yes, I do know how hard it is, and I live 1,000 miles from the closest family, so I never even had the luxury of being able to have my mom watch my kid. Over the next couple of weeks, we didn't find any more dog turds off our patio, but we did notice our poop bags were depleting and our trash can filling up way more quickly than usual. I had my suspicions and wanted to test it. We had recently bought some small security cameras for inside of our apartment for different reasons, and I had my boyfriend set one up outside on the patio. We faced it where we could see our door and trash can, but didn't point it to the rest of the courtyard or other people's units. We respect privacy around here. Sure enough, the same evening my boyfriend set it up, I see the kid walk onto our patio, take a poop bag, walk out a frame, and then come back to throw it in our trash can. Okay, now I'm pissed, but also not trying to fight this lady or her kid. So I move the poop bags to the inside door handle. It's a glass door so you can still see them, but we always lock our sliding door. Next morning, I hear someone knocking on the back patio door, and I go to see her kid standing there looking annoyed. I didn't open the door, I just spoke loudly enough to ask what did he need. He demanded a poop bag for his dog's poop. I said I'm sorry, but these are our poop bags for our dog and they weren't free for anyone else to use. The apartment provides poop bags and a dispenser near the trash can on the other side of the building. Kid started demanding a poop bag, saying his mom told him he could use ours, slapping his hands on the glass a few times. Trying to scare me? Yes, I'm so terrified of a 10-year-old boy. And finally screaming at me that he's telling his mother on me. I said fine, go ahead, I'll tell her the same thing. Sure enough, a few minutes later, his mom is standing on my patio, also demanding a poop bag for her dog's poop. I denied her a bag and asked her to please step off my patio as she was making me feel unsafe and uncomfortable. My significant other wasn't home. She told me I was a bratty child. I'm 24. And she demanded I let her use my poop bags as I had already told her she could before. I said no, I told you to get some yourself and do what I do. Keep them close by and put your own trash can on your own patio. Not use the bags I buy with my own money for my own dog and then fill up my tiny trash can with your dog's poop. I pointed out she could use a plastic shopping bag if she didn't want to buy her own poop bags, or she could use the bags the complex provided on the other side of the building. She kept going off on me, and I finally told her if she didn't leave my patio, I'd call the police as she was harassing me. The apartment office was closed on Sundays, and of course, it was Sunday. She acted like she was going to call my bluff, but then my boyfriend got home and walked up behind me to ask what was going on, and she ended up dragging her kid away. Again, leaving the poop in the grass off my patio. So once she was gone, I took another time-stamped picture of the dog poop, downloaded the footage from my security camera of her kids stealing my poop bags and throwing them in my trash can, and the footage from them that morning yelling at me and demanding my bags and my denying them, and emailed all of it to the apartment management. I told them that she made me feel unsafe and uncomfortable in my own home, that she and her child felt entitled to come onto my patio and take my belongings. I also went outside, picked up her dog's poop, looked in the trash can on my patio, and pulled out the bags with her dog's poop. They were significantly smaller than my dog's poops, as I'm sure any dog owners could tell the difference in poops of a 12-pound dog versus a 70-pound dog. I went outside and opened all the bags and dumped all the poop straight on her patio right outside the door. On Monday, I heard back from the office lady who said she would take care of it. By Friday, there was a moving truck and the lady and her kid were moving out. Pretty sure they were evicted, or at the very least, urged to move before a formal eviction process was initiated. After talking to some of our other, much friendlier neighbors, it turns out we weren't the only ones who had been complaining about her. They had only lived in the complex for like 2 to 3 months before they made so many enemies they were kicked out. Sometimes I think I should feel bad for playing a part in them getting evicted, but honestly, I can't bring myself to feel guilty about it. Not my fault she was a lazy, entitled witch who couldn't even be asked to get a shopping bag to pick up her dog's poop. I never heard from her about the turds I dropped on her patio, but I'd like to think she stepped in them without looking and knew better than to come complain to me about it. So let me ask you guys, after hearing this story, do you have any little bit of remorse for the mother in the story? Considering she was a single mom and you might not know everything that is going on, or was her entitledness and combativeness overweighing any empathy you could possibly give her? Let me know in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by AngerChick127. Disrespected, overworked, and underpaid female employee gets the last laugh. I have always been a hard worker thanks to my parents' work ethic and raising 3 kids on a shoestring budget. My dad took every bit of overtime he could get, missing holidays and never using vacation or sick time so my mom could stay home with us kids and have a hot meal on the table every night. When we were school-aged, my mom went back to school and got a job where she could be home when we got off the bus and shuttle us to every sport and activity we wanted to participate in. To this day, I still have no idea how they afforded it all. So it was natural for me, the oldest of 3, to apply for jobs as soon as I turned 15, landing a retail position where I worked every hour allowed by my work permit. I saved up enough to buy a used car before I was even old enough to drive, and once I got my driver's license, I worked 2 or 3 jobs at a time to save for college. I got a summer internship at my dad's company that led to me working my way up through the industry towards an engineering position, which I was already studying in college. At the beginning of my last year in college, I had already accepted a job offer with a company I'll call Jerks Inc. for a full-time engineering job after I graduated. As a salaried Jerks Inc. employee, I was not paid overtime, but still worked a minimum of 60 hours a week, and often 80 to 100 hours a week when I worked at remote job sites all over the US, which was about 80% of the time. These jobs had me busting butt outside all day in the scorching summers of the southern US to the frigid winters of the northern states. My manager at the time strictly enforced the policy of only 1 paid comp day after any given trip, even if I had worked 2 consecutive 100-plus hour weeks. He never traveled and left work each day the minute he clocked 8 hours. Other managers called me copy girl because they only briefly saw me in the office making copies of manuals and drawings before I raced back out to another demanding job site. One day, I was called into my manager's office and reprimanded for frequently using the company phone designated for business use only. In the middle of the night, I pointed out every one of those calls on the phone bill were from our customers needing emergency technical support. He had no idea my job required 24/7 on-call response. After 5 years, I had a small team under me who put in the same grueling hours and enjoyed the same $500 bonus each year. I was repeatedly denied requests to give them raises or paid overtime. And when I back calculated my effective hourly wage over the last 5 years, it was less than I was making at my first job at 15. I subsequently gave my notice. In my exit interview, the bigwigs were very upset and worried that I would take their clients with me, so they tried to make me sign a non-compete agreement on my way out the door. I laughed to myself and politely declined, yet I still took a consulting position in a completely different industry. After a couple of months, former clients started calling me asking me to work on some big projects. When I told them they would need to call Jerks Inc., they said they already had, and my entire team had quit shortly after I did, leaving no one there capable of doing the work they needed. I decided to start a side business intending to work a couple weeks per quarter, but when word got out I was back in the industry, it quickly became more than a full-time gig. My old team had also refused to sign a non-compete when they quit, and they all ended up coming to work for me. The bigwigs at Jerks Inc. threatened to sue me for poaching clients and ex-employees despite not having a leg to stand on, and eventually had to contract my company for some of their upcoming projects requiring the services they could no longer provide in-house. When my team and I walked into Jerks Inc.'s conference room for the first project meeting, the manager stared down at the table. I couldn't hide my huge smile as I handed out our rate sheet, which was around 10 times more than they had paid us as employees. You go, girl. I think the only thing I'm upset with OP about is she didn't realize her worth years earlier than she should have. They were an absolute force in their business, and I bet if they really wanted to, they could have thrown a little bit more weight around earlier on. Either way though, it ended up working out very well. They own their own business now, they've completely beat out that old company, and it sounds like they're very successful, so good for OP. Won't pick up your dog's poop and then steal from me? Move out then. So this happened at the last apartment complex I lived in. Sorry it's so long. My significant other and I were renting a ground floor unit at a really nice apartment complex. I wouldn't say it was a luxury apartment or anything, but our ground floor unit had a little patio off the back that led out to a really nice courtyard area with hammocks, a walking path, outdoor fireplace and seating area, etc. A lot of people walk their dogs out there or let their kids play in the grass, including us. We have a 1-year-old cane corso. We got her when we'd been living in the unit for about 2.5 months and she was only 8 weeks at the time. She's a really good dog and we trained her well. We could let her out to go potty and she'd come right back even if there were distractions, people, dogs out. We always stood on the patio and watched her anyways because our pet agreement said we couldn't leave our dog unattended. Then we'd go pick up her poop right away if she pooped. Also a part of the pet agreement, as I'm sure is standard at most apartment complexes. We kept a small step trash can outside specifically for her poop bags because we didn't want to throw them away inside, and the only outside trash cans were on the other side of the building, which I agree is super dumb. It really was a small trash can, like the kind you tuck into the bathroom between the toilet and the wall. We also had our poop bags hanging out on our patio door handle for easy access, so we didn't have to hunt for them every time we needed them. This lady and her kid moved in on the ground floor in our building, 2 units down from us. No biggie. We ran into her one day carrying in groceries, and my significant other held open the door for her. She seemed kind of Karen-ish but was polite, and her kid, probably 10 to 11 years old, didn't look up from his phone. Whatever, that's pretty typical of kids these days. They also had a dog. A little black and white fluffy thing, super cute but not trained very well. Don't know what kind of dog, but it was much smaller than our already giant puppy. After about 2 weeks or so, we realized that there were dog turds in the grass right off our patio. We found out the hard way because my boyfriend stepped in it the first time. Luckily, he wasn't barefoot. They were clearly not our dog's turds as 1, we always picked up her poop right after she went, and 2, They were very obviously from a small dog, not our 70-pound puppy. We'd been in the apartment about 7 to 8 months at that point and had never had an issue with this, so we figured it was entitled Mother's little dog. I wrote her a polite note that basically was like, "Hey neighbor, we noticed that some of your dog's poops aren't being picked up and are right off our patio. Per the pet agreement we all have to sign, we all need to be picking up our own dog's poop each time they go. I'm sure it was an accident and you just didn't notice, so if you could just make sure to do that going forward, we'd appreciate it. Your neighbors in unit number." She wasn't home, so I slipped it under the door and went back to my apartment. A couple hours later, this lady is banging on my door and gets really angry with me, insists that it couldn't have been her dog and how dare I assume. I felt really bad and I apologized immediately, said I didn't mean to offend her and it must have been someone else. She told me to never bother her with crap like this again and stormed off. I was like, okay. Not 3 days later, I was sitting on my patio with a book enjoying the cool weather when I see their little dog run out of their back door. No one with it, and it comes over to me. I said hello to the pup because I love pups, and then it took a crap right off the patio, ran back home, and scratched the door to be let in. I saw her kid slide the door open enough to let the dog in and then closed it again without coming outside to pick up the poop. I was annoyed because here I saw it with my own eyes that it was their dog and no one was even watching it when it was outside. So I grabbed a poop bag, picked up the poop, wrote another less polite note about her kid neglecting to watch the dog or come to check if it had pooped and pick up after it, and dropped the poop bag and the note on their patio right by their door and went back to my reading. Entitled Mother was quicker to come by this time and stomped right up to me, waving the note around, then stated that her kid was just a kid and probably just forgot to check. I said I didn't care. Her kid was old enough to stand outside for 3 minutes and come pick up the dog's poop. She said, well, there's no poop bags or trash cans on this side of the building and she didn't feel comfortable making her kid walk all the way around the building for that. The next part is my own fault in hindsight. I suggested she put a trash can like mine on her patio and leave their own poop bags handy like we do for our dog. She eyed our stuff, huffed some more, rolled her eyes, refused to do anything about the poop and walked off. At this point, I was super annoyed. I stalked my patio door for the next couple days as much as I could, just waiting. And sure enough, on day 2 in the evening when I was about to give up, I see the puppy run outside towards my patio. I whipped out my phone, took some pictures of the dog outside alone, not allowed, and the dog pooping, and then took another phone an hour later of the poop still there and time-stamped all of them. Then I sent an email to the apartment office people who were pretty nice and they responded quickly they would give her a warning about it. And sure enough, this lady comes back again to get mad and yell at me about how petty I was to report them to the office, and now they had a $150 fine for not picking up their dog poop. It's worth noting that these fines were rare. Poo prints were not used at this complex. In order for the office to fine someone for dog poop, they had to have proof it was that specific tenant's dog poop and that it wasn't picked up, hence the photos I'd taken and time-stamped. I told her that I tried to be nice about it with her twice before it was her own fault at that point for not abiding by the terms of the pet agreement we all had to sign. Everyone who had a dog at least. She went off about how she's a single mom and she works during the day and her precious baby can't be expected to pick up after their dog. I told her that a 10 or 11-year-old was plenty old enough to pick up after a dog, and that if they weren't responsible enough, then maybe the kid shouldn't be letting the dog out at all, and she should be the one to do it, or maybe whoever is home with him should be looking after it. She got angry, told me that I had no idea how to be a single mom, that her mom stays with him during the day and shouldn't be expected to look after her kid and her dog, and she stomped off again. I expected to hear more about it, but I didn't. The ironic part is I am a single mom. My kid isn't my significant other's, and I raised him alone for 2.5 years before I met my significant other. So yes, I do know how hard it is, and I live 1,000 miles from the closest family, so I never even had the luxury of being able to have my mom watch my kid. Over the next couple of weeks, we didn't find any more dog turds off our patio, but we did notice our poop bags were depleting and our trash can filling up way more quickly than usual. I had my suspicions and wanted to test it. We had recently bought some small security cameras for inside of our apartment for different reasons, and I had my boyfriend set one up outside on the patio. We faced it where we could see our door and trash can, but didn't point it to the rest of the courtyard or other people's units. We respect privacy around here. Sure enough, the same evening my boyfriend set it up, I see the kid walk onto our patio, take a poop bag, walk out a frame, and then come back to throw it in our trash can. Okay, now I'm pissed, but also not trying to fight this lady or her kid. So I move the poop bags to the inside door handle. It's a glass door so you can still see them, but we always lock our sliding door. Next morning, I hear someone knocking on the back patio door, and I go to see her kid standing there looking annoyed. I didn't open the door, I just spoke loudly enough to ask what did he need. He demanded a poop bag for his dog's poop. I said I'm sorry, but these are our poop bags for our dog and they weren't free for anyone else to use. The apartment provides poop bags and a dispenser near the trash can on the other side of the building. Kid started demanding a poop bag, saying his mom told him he could use ours, slapping his hands on the glass a few times. Trying to scare me? Yes, I'm so terrified of a 10-year-old boy. And finally screaming at me that he's telling his mother on me. I said fine, go ahead, I'll tell her the same thing. Sure enough, a few minutes later, his mom is standing on my patio, also demanding a poop bag for her dog's poop. I denied her a bag and asked her to please step off my patio as she was making me feel unsafe and uncomfortable. My significant other wasn't home. She told me I was a bratty child. I'm 24. And she demanded I let her use my poop bags as I had already told her she could before. I said no, I told you to get some yourself and do what I do. Keep them close by and put your own trash can on your own patio. Not use the bags I buy with my own money for my own dog and then fill up my tiny trash can with your dog's poop. I pointed out she could use a plastic shopping bag if she didn't want to buy her own poop bags, or she could use the bags the complex provided on the other side of the building. She kept going off on me and I finally told her if she didn't leave my patio, I'd call the police as she was harassing me. The apartment office was closed on Sundays, and of course, it was Sunday. She acted like she was going to call my bluff, but then my boyfriend got home and walked up behind me to ask what was going on, and she ended up dragging her kid away. Again, leaving the poop in the grass off my patio. So once she was gone, I took another time-stamped picture of the dog poop, downloaded the footage from my security camera of her kid stealing my poop bags and throwing them in my trash can, and the footage from them that morning yelling at me and demanding my bags and my denying them, and emailed all of it to the apartment management. I told them that she made me feel unsafe and uncomfortable in my own home, that she and her child felt entitled to come onto my patio and take my belongings. I also went outside, picked up her dog's poop, looked in the trash can on my patio, and pulled out the bags with her dog's poop. They were significantly smaller than my dog's poops, as I'm sure any dog owners could tell the difference in poops of a 12-pound dog versus a 70-pound dog. I went outside and opened all the bags and dumped all the poop straight on her patio right outside the door. On Monday, I heard back from the office lady who said she would take care of it. By Friday, there was a moving truck and the lady and her kid were moving out. Pretty sure they were evicted, or at the very least, urged to move before a formal eviction process was initiated. After talking to some of our other, much friendlier neighbors, it turns out we weren't the only ones who had been complaining about her. They had only lived in the complex for like 2 to 3 months before they made so many enemies they were kicked out. Sometimes I think I should feel bad for playing a part in them getting evicted, but honestly, I can't bring myself to feel guilty about it. Not my fault she was a lazy, entitled witch who couldn't even be asked to get a shopping bag to pick up her dog's poop. I never heard from her about the turds I dropped on her patio, but I'd like to think she stepped in them without looking and knew better than to come complain to me about it. So let me ask you guys, after hearing this story, do you have any little bit of remorse for the mother in the story? Considering she was a single mom and you might not know everything that is going on, or was her entitledness and combativeness overweighing any empathy you could possibly give her? Let me know in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by AngerChick127. Disrespected, overworked, and underpaid female employee gets the last laugh. I have always been a hard worker thanks to my parents' work ethic and raising 3 kids on a shoestring budget. My dad took every bit of overtime he could get, missing holidays and never using vacation or sick time so my mom could stay home with us kids and have a hot meal on the table every night. When we were school aged, my mom went back to school and got a job where she could be home when we got off the bus and shuttle us to every sport and activity we wanted to participate in. To this day, I still have no idea how they afforded it all. So it was natural for me, the oldest of three, to apply for jobs as soon as I turned 15, landing a retail position where I worked every hour allowed by my work permit. I saved up enough to buy a used car before I was even old enough to drive, and once I got my driver's license, I worked 2 or 3 jobs at a time to save for college. I got a summer internship at my dad's company that led to me working my way up through the industry towards an engineering position, which I was already studying in college. At the beginning of my last year in college, I had already accepted a job offer with a company I'll call Jerks Inc. for a full-time engineering job after I graduated. As a salaried Jerks Inc. employee, I was not paid overtime, but still worked a minimum of 60 hours a week, and often 80 to 100 hours a week when I worked at remote job sites all over the US, which was about 80% of the time. These jobs had me busting butt outside all day in the scorching summers of the southern US to the frigid winters of the northern states. My manager at the time strictly enforced the policy of only 1 paid comp day after any given trip, even if I had worked 2 consecutive 100-plus hour weeks. He never traveled and left work each day the minute he clocked 8 hours. Other managers called me copy girl because they only briefly saw me in the office making copies of manuals and drawings before I raced back out to another demanding job site. One day, I was called into my manager's office and reprimanded for frequently using the company phone designated for business use only, in the middle of the night. I pointed out every one of those calls on the phone bill were from our customers needing emergency technical support. He had no idea my job required 24/7 on-call response. After 5 years, I had a small team under me who put in the same grueling hours and enjoyed the same $500 bonus each year. I was repeatedly denied requests to give them raises or paid overtime. And when I back calculated my effective hourly wage over the last 5 years, it was less than I was making at my first job at 15. I subsequently gave my notice. In my exit interview, the bigwigs were very upset and worried that I would take their clients with me, so they tried to make me sign a non-compete agreement on my way out the door. I laughed to myself and politely declined, yet I still took a consulting position in a completely different industry. After a couple of months, former clients started calling me asking me to work on some big projects. When I told them they would need to call Jerks Inc., they said they already had, and my entire team had quit shortly after I did, leaving no one there capable of doing the work they needed. I decided to start a side business, intending to work a couple weeks per quarter, but when word got out I was back in the industry, it quickly became more than a full-time gig. My old team had also refused to sign a non-compete when they quit, and they all ended up coming to work for me. The bigwigs at Jerks Inc. threatened to sue me for poaching clients and ex-employees despite not having a leg to stand on, and eventually had to contract my company for some of their upcoming projects requiring the services they could no longer provide in-house. When my team and I walked into Jerks Inc.'s conference room for the first project meeting, the manager stared down at the table. I couldn't hide my huge smile as I handed out our rate sheet, which was around 10 times more than they had paid us as employees. You go, girl. I think the only thing I'm upset with OP about is she didn't realize her worth years earlier than she should have. They were an absolute force in their business, and I bet if they really wanted to, they could have thrown a little bit more weight around earlier on. Either way though, it ended up working out very well. They own their own business now, they've completely beat out that old company, and it sounds like they're very successful, so good for OP. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today, so if you have a favorite story of the day, let me know which one and why in the comments down below. If you enjoyed the video, please consider giving it a like and subscribe if you haven't, and turn on notifications so you'll never miss an upcoming video from the Storytime channel. Every little thing that you do helps the channel grow that much more, so no matter what you did, thank you for supporting me right here on the Storytime channel. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I'll see you all next time right here.